So, you know, a lot of sexual harassment stuff in the news. I couldn't help but notice a very disturbing pattern emerging, which is that many of the predators are Jews.
Philadelphia, the critically acclaimed story of one man's fight against prejudice.
Philadelphia action figures.
You've got AIDS! You're fired! No, you're fired! Fire!
Come on, man, ice me. Give him ice.
Want some ice? I'll go get you some ice.
Depp! Greco!
The kids at Jump Street.
See you later, Mark.
See you later.
Bye.
Aquaman. Glad you could make it.
I brought some shrimp.
Baba Ganoush?
Hey, lighten up, Captain Hairdo. You're the one who talks like this, okay?
Actually, I'm here to ask a question.
Well, if I get the right answer, you take your top off. Papa Fooey, get in here, will you? Come on. Got something to ask. Yeah. Come on.
I'm here to say that I think that 90% of Saturday Night Live sucks. And he says, I hope Cody grows up to be like a gay senator or something. And
I'm going to have a quick latte with Bruce Boxleitner. I hope I'm back in time to see future stars.
You don't understand. I need this drink. I'm a caveman, and I'm frightened by your strange flying machine.
Dear, I mean, after all, you're gay.
Sit your convicted felon ass down. Get your hands off the white girl. You're gonna get us all killed in here.
Hey, don't fill up on your peanuts. Put your second bag away. Then when you get to your rent-a-car, you got a nice surprise.
We're so glad you cleaned up. Don't go chasing waterfalls.
If you only see one film the rest of your life, it should be Mickey Blue Eyes.
Oh, I'm afraid not too well. The doctors aren't too optimistic. Thank you.
That's a bitch. Down low. Give me a soft little one down here.
What?
And who is the funniest man alive? You guessed it, Frank Stallone.
Now I know what different feels like. Okay. Hi-ya!
Oh, Bruce Lee!
Hey! Hey!
Go, Bruce!
I would have met you 6 months ago. You could have saved my marriage, okay? Right? You're the man.
I was the man.
Spin mode, Gary. Well done, Gary. The planetoid is safe again.
Go!
Now what's everybody looking at?
He wished his parents would get back together?
No, he didn't. Father was able to be more understanding with his wife, and she stopped busting his balls.
Buddy, where do you think you're going?
For a little spin. I got a little drunk driving to do.
Get this dead mother out of here! And one of you nurses is gonna mop!
Russell Simmons got the emergency room jam.
It's an ecological nightmare. I think Mr. Dole and company are going to ignore this particular problem until it swims up behind you and bites you in the ass!
Damn, Natalie, you a crazy chick.
You shut the up and suck my bounce like clutches, motherfucker. Pull up on NBC and smack a Snapchat sucker. What you want, Natalie?
Richard Grieco. The heat is faded, but he seems to still have that certain look on his face that needs to be wiped off.
Holy Lord, when I used to watch him on 21 Jump Street, he would make me so angry it was like I was on steroids.
Can't have a bad mouth and you a call like that?
I don't know. She has a killer body. I wouldn't throw out her best eating crackers.
Our topic is sassy, and I have to ask Christian, what makes you so sassy?
Well, you know, clean living and dirty thinking.
Sprechen Sie sassy?
Hi, I'm Patrick Swayze. I know you can't see or hear me,
But if there was just some way I could tell you I'll be hosting Saturday Night Live, I love you.
I could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore, man.
Because I want respect.
Some people say our show was the first reality show.
I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality. That I will say the truth.
Catch my breath, close my eyes, don't believe a word, things she said, overheard, something's wrong inside, hits you in a minute, ooh, then you know you're in it. I've been in love before. I've been in love before. The hardest part is when you're in it. I've been in love before. I've been in love before.
Anyway.
And what's the backstory behind that, you might ask? The dumbest dream in the history of dreams. I dreamt about Bon Jovial last night after somewhat texting with him. And the dream was he and I got into an argument that I insisted that he played guitar for the cutting crew, especially on that song that I just sang. And I told him about this dream. And it's this guitar riff. I had Bon Jovial listen to the song, and I said, yes, yes. The lyrics are very fruit basket. It's a very trite song. But is this guitar good, or am I crazy?
Hardest part is
You're the expert. Is that not bad, guitar-wise? What is your take on that?
It's lovely.
Lovely. Could you
Yeah,
mimic that guitar at some point on this show?
Oh my God, yeah.
Oh, you could do that. I think you're a much better guitarist than people realize. Just like David. And there's no piano riff you can throw at him that he can't play. It's just like you with guitar. You should be in the Hollywood Vampires. You should be in it. Then maybe we do something.
You're so kind. I was just listening to Alice in Chains now. Barbara DeRush.
what
I
a
love
dichotomy.
Alice
The
in
complete
Chains.
polar opposite of what that was just now. That song, any song you have in the 80s like that, it takes you back to a certain, and I mean, Tam Fran knows. I know it's white people shit. Tam Fran. But any song takes you back to the 80s. And that song to me is, I'm sitting in the back of my brother-in-law's car, my sister in the passenger seat, Brad Howland and their friend, and we're driving to Action Park in New Jersey, in Great Gorge, New Jersey. And you just leave the pop station on. And that song, for whatever reason, seemed like it was always playing on those drives. Every one of those songs takes you back to that specific moment. That, for some reason, that hits me. Some of the best days ever. Action Park in everybody. There's actually a documentary on HBO. Here we go.
But he was doing something like you could just be like, this isn't plugged in, of course. So if it was plugged in, it'd be like,
I gotta hear that. And you don't have to do it now. You don't have to do it now.
I will play it live.
Yeah,
next
but I
show.
trust that you will. I want to say, before I forget, I mean, we have Tam Fran here, for Christ's sake. You talk about CP time. It's
That was
does
perfect
this on
CP
purpose.
time.
She does this on purpose. It's unbelievable. Living up to all. I learned color people time 20 odd years ago, and I never forgot. And what's the philosophy behind it, Tamara? The white man's not going to make me rush. That's what I heard from my black friends.
Exactly.
So for
you guys have always made us show up on things that we didn't want to be part of. So, we'll just show up when we want to show up now.
So it's deliberate.
Nice.
No, I hope it is. I hope it is.
For me, it wasn't. I had my nieces today, and they just didn't want to leave. And finally, I had to take them home. So that's why I'm late. I apologize for that.
You don't have to.
I don't have to apologize for anything. That's right.
To anything or anybody, especially these people. Right?
I love you guys, though. I love these people.
I don't know if is this too soon? Do you have a song you'd like to sing for us?
I do, but I've been screaming at kids.
Yeah,
so
later.
Okay, later.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Build
I
up to it.
apologize, guys. I'm sorry.
I have a feel for you that I think is gonna give you a little tip of what that is.
I like that. I do like that.
You didn't put your kids through the fire, did you?
I did today.
You did.
I did,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
I did.
What an aunt, by the way. Are you considered the cool aunt? You taking them to these like crazy, SeaWorld and fucking.
Yeah, I take them to all the fun places and buy them all these snacks and sweet things, and then drop them off at their parents' house. Okay, guys, see you later. I'm done. Bye.
You do this seemingly every weekend.
I know. Caught up in the middle, I cry just a little when I think of letting go. Oh no, gave up on the riddle, I cry just a little when he plays piano in the dark. I love that song, by the way, and I remember you singing that on Gunk. I love that song.
God damn, what's Brenda Russell? I don't. People realize how much you know about music and pop culture in general, but music. What is Brenda Russell's background as besides that song? She was she's wrote songs for who?
Oh gosh, she's written songs for a lot of people. People know her from that song, but she's also written songs. Fantasia. I'm not sure if people know who Fantasia is. I'm
a friend of mine.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I'm going to have a quick latte with Bruce Boxlight, huh?
She also wrote for New Edition.
Oh shit, I didn't know that. Damn.
A little bit of love she wrote for them. And then I think I was trying to tell you, Armin, I'm sorry for my voice, but Get Here. I don't know when that's her as well. That's her as well.
That's Anita Baker, right? Or you can meet me by a caravan.
Exactly. She sang it, and then Olita Adams, she's an obscure name that most people don't know. She sang that song as well.
But that's
I
old.
don't care how you fucking get here.
Yes, that's
Get
her.
here if you fucking can. I thought that was like Little Depphead. Yes, like and subscribe, everyone. Thank you, Little Depphead. I owe you a Deppening. I owe you a full blown Johnny Deppening, and the next Deppening I believe is going to be him. That Depp versus the Oscars. How he's never won an Academy Award. I'm going to
Oh,
go over
that'll
all
be
the
good.
roles in which he should have won or could have, and have people weigh in. For me, the best thing he's ever done is Black Mass as Whitey Bulger. I think that is as good as it gets in the last 30 years versus anybody. It's amazing that guy could be Edward Scissorhands and Whitey Bulger. It's the same person. That is just the most insane thing to me. It really is. Anytime I'm tough on Depp and I give him the tough love, you always revert back to that. And I don't think there's anybody in Hollywood that can do that range.
I've always wanted to ask you this question. So where did this Johnny Depp thing come from? When did you first start liking him? Or sorry,
That's a hard-hitting
not liking
question.
him.
That is a hard-hitting question. It's obviously started when I came home from basketball camp in the summer, and Fox was running new episodes of things. Like, what is this new Fox? What is going on here?
Mhm.
And the promo was the episode with Blair Underwood, where this gang takes over a school. I'm like, that is the ultimate thing. I could come home. I was so just like, we didn't take a jet, but I was bus lagged from basketball camp. It was a Sunday, and I'm farting around, and I'm kind of depressed. I had a good time at basketball camp, and this came on, and I'm like, holy shit, what is this? And the concept of undercuts and then the gang part of it, and I'm like, I just got hooked. It was like, I want to say the summer of 87, 88. And
Got it.
yeah, I want to say the summer of 87. And then I'm like, who is this guy? So that he looked like someone I knew. He looked like someone talking about Depp, and he looked like almost like what Dick Grayson would look like if he was in his early 20s. I'm like, wow, this is what Robin turned into Nightwing here. Who is this guy? He looked I thought he was like excellent for someone I'd never seen before. Then I loved Holly Robinson, and everybody on that show is like super charismatic. And then I just every week, and then you sort of latch on to his career trajectory, and then he's sort of like through him the vessel that I'm getting introduced to all these avant-garde movies like Dead Man and Scissorhands and
Okay.
Benny and June and Arizona and then I'm like, what? There was seemingly nobody like him all through the
Yes,
90s.
I agree. Yeah.
And then Pirates comes along, and he commercially cashes in, and there's like, and the range is sort of all over. I'm super proud of him, but I have been very, very, very crestfallen. I'm
Yeah.
not blaming Amber Heard. I think his decisions have been senile. He's lost his creative fastball. There's so many chinks in his armor as far as the Hollywood vampires are a big sloppy karaoke mess. It intercedes. It's unnecessary. It's superfluous. It's crap. I'd rather see Bon Jovial play Cutting Crew on a night-to-night basis. And Depp seemed to get most importantly, Tamara, Depp seemed to have a hoodie pass. He seemed to have respect from the blacks. And on that show, you're dealing with a cast that's 40% black, which was unheard of at the time. And then you had
Yeah.
Aoki, who was supposedly they wanted a Hispanic in the Aoki role, and
I
then
remember
Dustin
you
Gwen wanted.
saying that.
So yeah, there's all those things, this confluence of all those things, and he has like a weird, unearthly charisma that I've not seen before or since. Regardless of what he does, anybody who can make you root for George Young in Blow, the preeminent cocaine dealer, or
Mm,
Whitey Bulger, you're
Yes.
rooting for Whitey Bulger. That's a weird charisma that you just can't teach in any acting school,
yeah. Yeah. Okay. I
right?
thought it was because he was hot. Like the rest of us thought he was hot.
What are black women's
That's
opinion
true.
on Depp?
He was hot in the beginning. He was hot. He was cool. You know what I mean? And then as time started going, he just seemed to get weird.
Well,
He had all. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
he's been no that's you're he gets stricken with, you see, therein lies the burden of beauty. He wants nothing to do with that, right? So the
Yeah.
first thing he wants to do is get off of Tiger Beat, right? So then you're just
Yes.
constantly doing things to
Yes.
distort your looks. I cannot be taken seriously. Another thing about him is he is a crazy combination of a character actor, a super talented character actor who should be on see, one of the things that he should be, this is an SNL versus Howard show. Isn't it amazing he's never hosted Saturday Night Live because he's the ultimate host? What can't he's better than the goddamn cast. What can't he do on that show?
That's true. Yeah.
How about a sketch called 21 Trump Street where he comes on and he's Donald Trump undercover in high school and doesn't even try to blend in. He doesn't even try. Wears the
Do you
suit.
think he'll ever go back and do television again? Do you even see that?
Well, that's been a point of contention on our show is that
Yeah.
television has passed by movies. Television is better than movies now. So he's so out of touch. He's more out of touch than Hall & Oates when you think about he won't acknowledge that these streaming services are strong. Bon Jovial and I say all the time that Bon, every time I watch Mayor of Kingstown, I think he put him in the Mike role and then Jeremy Renner in the Kyle role.
Oh yes, easily. It would have been great. You said that back when you recommended it to me.
Would you think he'd make a
And
good Ian or Mike?
oh, he needs a big role.
Yeah,
'cause
he's got to
he's
be
so
Mike. He's got to be Mike,
charismatic. You
right? He's
can't
got to
just
be
throw
Mike.
him in the side
Yep.
because he'll be like, bring back the gorgeous man.
You
Wow,
got he's
we're
got to be
really in
Mike.
one of these right now, guys, aren't we?
I can't. She
Oh,
got me. I knew I wasn't going to be able to get out of that. That's fine. That's fine.
it's all right. I shouldn't leave that on too long. That'll make some people have a fit.
In our opening, we had 3 Richard Grieco. Happy 60th birthday to Richard Grieco. Can you believe that? He's
Wow.
60.
I used to
I
60.
have a
never,
crush on
I
him
never
too.
rated him as an actor. He's terrible, but as a sort of a comical foil for conversations. Why
It
does
looks.
this keep disappearing? Our little faces.
I'm gonna say hi to everybody.
No,
Hi,
I don't want that
Autobot,
one.
like Little Death Head. Like I said, Melvin.
There.
Thank you for the Bon Jovi did some brilliant videos about my what was it? A 2-minute video about a lo mein recipe that I just completely rushed through. Right?
It was epic.
It was great.
And
Melvin
Oh, you
loved
saw
it,
that,
I'm
Tamara?
sure.
You
It
saw
was
that?
great. Yes, it was
Melvin
great.
loved it.
He
Could you
loved
serve
it, I'm sure.
Tamara? Could you serve to lo mein at the cookouts?
No,
No?
it's not gonna
What?
make
Why
it.
not?
It's
Why not?
great, but no, we have the staples. You have to stick to the staples.
What if I
Which is
showed up at the cookout with lo mein? What would happen if I showed up at the cookout with lo mein
There's
and a
people
the
Supersonics
question.
hat?
they would probably look at you a little bit like, really? You don't know
They.
you don't know what to bring to the
Okay.
cookout, really?
They.
And then they'll eat
They.
it, and I'm sure it'll be great, and then you'll be accepted. But in the
And
beginning, you're gonna get some looks. You're gonna get
and then
some looks.
immediately I start launching into plot lines of Snowfall and stuff like that. Right?
I meant to
That's
text you. They are coming out with a spin-off of Snowfall. I
real
saw a
when? I
little
didn't see that
blurb.
announced. When was that?
I saw that a few days ago, and I meant to text you about it, and I just forgot. Yeah. I forgot the characters because I didn't watch the show, but yeah.
I recommend everybody watch the show, but do not watch the just watch the main the A story. Do not watch the Hispanic scenes. Do not watch. They drag. They don't move anything along. Don't watch the CIA scenes. Just watch the South Central scenes.
I'll
And
do
then
that then. Thank
yeah,
you. Yes, I
yeah, it'll
love
speed
fast
it along.
forwarding through shit that's not necessary. It's great. I'll
Just
do
like
that then.
the Americans, Bond. Don't watch the Russian subtitle scene. Do not watch any of the. Seriously, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't. I wouldn't.
That was a great
irrelevant.
show. Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Okay, here it is.
Kiefer.
Variety reported that the new series will see the Snowfall star Gail Bean reprise her role as Wanda alongside Isaiah John, who returns as her husband, Leon Simmons. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I remember seeing.
Uncle Leon was in City of Lies. He's a really good actor. He's really good. He's it makes sense. I just hope I got to see the the schematics for it and stuff. Welcome, Barbara
The
DeRush. Welcome,
schematics for it.
Basement.
That's beautiful. I'm John. I should tell you before you do the roll call. I'm rewatching City of Lies because the first time I didn't like it. Remember last year when I
Yeah.
watched it? So and you said I should watch it again, and I was a bit distracted when I was doing it. I was messing around, so I wasn't paying full attention. I'm gonna rewatch it, and look at this. Melvin's having a blast here. Look at this. He's so happy. And he says hi to you, dear Tamara. Isn't he lovely? 69. He'll do. Oh, he loves all the perverted jokes, doesn't he, John? He's a bit of.
Yes, he does. He loves food and
He's a perv.
deviance. Yes. You know, Damson Idris, who played Franklin, the lead on that, I predicted that he was going to play Black Panther. That he was gonna be the. He has that. He has, as much as I think it's tough to. So apparently he gets inundated with that online all the time, and he's hiding something. He said that there's rumblings about that he would come back, and it's very hard for me to say, you know, anyone come in there and jump in the grave of, and it's really hard for me to say, but I think Damson Idris from Snowfall really has a thing, and again, it's not official, and I think it's a missed opportunity if they don't do it.
They are
Boseman's-
coming out with a Black Panther because remember Denzel said something. Sorry, Denzel Washington mentioned something about a part in the new movie, and he wasn't supposed to say anything, but he did. So there is another Black Panther coming.
He's going to play Black Panther's dad, King T'Chaka.
Mm-hmm. So you know. It may
Chadwick Boseman, I think about him all the time. When I had a colonoscopy, and the doctor said to me, "He's like, hey, what made you want to do this?" I go, "Chadwick Boseman." I go, and he goes, "Wow, yeah, that was horrible." He's, "Wow." He goes, "All right, everybody's different. That's, you know, it's good. It's a reason for you, and everyone's reasons are different." Like, he can't be like
it wasn't because of Katie Couric and her husband. That was a while back. I'm really surprised. Wow. Okay.
So hey, Autobot. Yes, thank you for the Richard Grieco heads up. Fine Chug, KC Derula. Fine Chug, thank you. Fine Chug reminds me that I think it was, he said that you know, Robert Smigel and Stuttering John's feud. John thinks that Smigel stole his kamikaze interviews with Triumph.
Oh God, no.
That he's such a fan of the show that he said, "I'm going to steal John's, sandbag kamikaze interviews, and I'm going to use the puppet to do it. And well, he stole the Jackie puppet too, because that's a puppet, that whole." So I think that's what John's holding on to. I don't know if Smigel chilled him at the Tonight Show or something, or maybe Smigel. Is it possible that Smigel did something for Leno and John thought it should go to him, even though he works for Conan O'Brien?
Probably. Everything. That's the deal with John.
Yeah.
Everything's a problem.
Welcome, Housey Football. Yes, that Michael McKee impression is great. And it's not even just the voice. It's the whole swagger and it's the physicality. It really is good. It really is. And a lot of people rip that off along the way. Hey, Brendan, I'm back from Gabriel, Verdone. Jim Verdone says his thing. Yeah, I do. I wanted to ask you something about Jim. What the hell was it? Oh, there's the archives. Because I want respect. There he is again there, fighting in Arms Dreams. They're even fighting in Arms Dreams now. I just died in your arms
tonight. Love it. Did you see what was that message there, that comment that Bill Murray's doing Stern this week?
Yeah.
That's
Bill
bad.
Murray's doing, I realized something about the Stern show, how lazy they're booking. So every guest they have is usually making the rounds, or it's a serious, with Lady Gaga, where it's like a channel and they have to do it and they're contractually obligated to do it. Robert De Niro was on the Rich Eisen show this week. Robert De Niro has done everything. He's everywhere. How the hell that show can't book him is embarrassing. That is the laziest. It is the worst, the booking process there. Do you know he's half owner of Nobu with Richie Notar? How could they not book him by now?
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that's
know
weird.
that either.
Yes. When every time he went to Nobu, he started Tribeca in Manhattan. Robert De Niro is literally the mayor of Tribeca. He started the whole movement down there to gentrify that whole neighborhood. How could they not book De Niro? Did you remember Pacino 3 months ago? He was selling a book that he had the same thing happen to him with Depp, where he blames his managers for stealing all his money. So he was pimping a book. He was on everything.
Yeah,
And he
because
didn't
I
do
saw him
Howard's
on
show.
60 Minutes
Yeah.
and that Sunday CBS Morning News show on
He was on
Sunday. Yeah, I saw him.
podcasts.
Yes, yes.
How could they not book him?
Might be that these guys are obviously they're legends and they just want to do a 15-minute interview,
That could
a
be.
20-minute
Not a
interview, and they don't
5-hour
want to.
interview. Yeah.
They know that he's gonna ask them all this crap, and De Niro now. I haven't seen an interview with De Niro for years, but I'm sure he's just very slow and methodical, and it'd be awful with Howard being so slow. Those two would just be slow. I don't know, but
They're both weird. They're both weird interviews. They don't give you like the snappy. Especially De Niro gives you like the the stunted half sentences and stuff. And Pacino's kind of. If you ever watch him, you get him in the right mood. He's a really good interview if you get him in like a Charlie Rose kind of setting. But
And that won't happen at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning.
and they're both 80 something, so you're not going to
Yeah.
get the opportunity again. When are they going to do the rounds like that again? Explain to me when the hell they're going to do the rounds like that again.
no.
Never. I
It's a
heard
disaster.
this is why you should hate Howard's control of that show. I heard twice De Niro made himself available to do that show, and they wouldn't move the show to the afternoon to get him. This
Yeah,
was
it's just tragic.
10 years ago.
Regrets. I'm sure that he regrets it now.
Yeah, it's just it's and that message you're sending out to Bill Murray's gonna. I guarantee he's doing like he's gonna be on Zoom. So he's gonna say, "Oh, Bill, you're not good enough for me to be in studio. Springsteen is. You're not. So I'm here." Because that's the message you're sending out to all the stars and stuff. Bond, did you see that thing that I sent you from that guy from the Howard Stern Reddit who said he worked in
Yes.
sales? And I'm going to try to get this guy on the show. He said that he was part of sales and marketing, and the Stern Show wouldn't release their listener numbers. It's the only show that wouldn't. And so he was trying to deal with advertisers, and they were trying to write up a dossier for the show, and they wouldn't. The Stern's listeners and all their analytics are locked down. They're not allowed to look at them. This guy said this. This is like a 2-paragraph post on Reddit yesterday.
And he said he tried to ferret it, didn't he?
Yeah, he said he tried to go on the channels and look through these things, and go in where, documents that people weren't looking at, and really, really try to deduce that if, these are the total amount of listeners. So if I subtract these shows, what's Howard left with? And he said that he couldn't even, he said what he did come up with was they were lying. The numbers are all over the place, and they were lying about their numbers to advertisers because they wouldn't reveal it to them. It was just a mess, just a numerical mess as to
Here's
what they
my
could.
thing. Why does it matter? Because look who's advertising on his show anyway.
You
It's
talk
not
about
like
the demographic. You talk about the demographic.
Yeah, I mean, what do you have? I don't listen to the show anymore. But you had Squatty Potty. You had,
Yes,
just different
Steven Singer. It's all the
singer.
same. Yeah.
I mean, so
No, I agree with you. But if you own these companies, you're entitled to know what they're doing.
true. That is true.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like if you own, you're like, I'm not just going to give you my money. You've 40,000 listeners, and I'm going to give you the highest advertising rate on the whole. They are entitled to those numbers. That is ridiculous. They don't have to do that. And I'm sure that's ironclad in his contract that he had that taken out like the first year. He doesn't have to reveal his numbers. Guaranteed. The whole goal, guys, I say this all the time. Take all the money, all the time off, as much it's the vacation solution. So I want all the time off, all the money, and no accountability. And part of no accountability is no numbers, no analytics, no.
Yeah,
Can't tell me what.
It's kind of a smart sort of thing. When we talk about it, we put the negative slant on it, but he's intelligent for being able to get it to work
true.
that way.
It's
because
just
like,
selfish. It's anti-fan. It's anti-consumer, is what that is.
and
You're
if you've
paying
got,
for this shit.
yeah,
You're paying for this shit.
the people who work for you don't know So you've got other shows and they can't work it out. And that's much easier to just have the sword of Damocles always hanging
Nice.
above them. And they can't push back on you by saying, well, more than half of your audience watches it, listens to our show. And we can see that they're not listening as much to your show. And then they've got leverage. He takes away all of that.
Well, where they run into problems too is when the advertiser says, well, I'm thinking about going to, whatever, give me something that's a political show, just any political show, or like they tell me what they're doing. I know that they're listening to this, and you're not gonna tell, so I'm going to them because at least they're transparent about who's listening. It's just
How's
a
got it there?
sports show, an
He pisses
NFL
on
show.
everything. He pisses on them.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't care. Yeah.
So it's anti-fan, right? So it gives him no accountability. It also stunts any kind of creativity, right? So he doesn't have any performance clauses, and he doesn't have to do anything. He has nothing telling him that you need a product. And that is the antithesis of what there's no other faction of show business that you can get away with not having a product, like not a show about nothing. You get all the money, you steal all the time, and you have no accountability with it, and you can't get fired. It's what are you going to do? Of course, you're going to be the most complacent, dumpster fire shit show in the history of radio and show business. Of course,
That's
you're going to do
right.
that.
I'm going to show you something from last show. So have a look at this. This is
I'm now in
interesting.
the anus of Stern headquarters.
Look at Sal's
So this is
fucking hair plugs.
Look at this, guys. So when I did the shorty, this came up in the live chat. So radio says, was this recorded in December? The Santa hat on the mic gives it away. Now watch. I'll zoom in. Have a look at this.
Why would you leave a Santa hat on unless Richard
December.
Christie's obsessed with Christmas and Halloween?
Is he?
Yeah.
Yeah, or maybe.
Yeah.
But
That doesn't mean,
Tamara-
even for him though, right? March, you wouldn't have a Santa hat on.
No. But
and it doesn't
remember,
even. He's right. Sorry, go Tamara.
I'm sorry, Bon, but I was going to say, you remember with his bits, on his radio show, he never puts it in chronological order. It could be some stuff from 5 months ago, and now he has time to do it. And so wouldn't it be the basis for this?
It's interesting that it doesn't matter. It could have been filmed a year
Yeah.
ago, really. Because there's nothing they say in it is
There's nothing time sensitive.
references
There's
anything.
nothing- yeah.
So that I love these
good.
commenters. Look at
That's
this.
good.
Could you
That's
zoom
good.
in a bit more? The smart asses,
KC
John.
Turbos. That's so
Could I
that's so KC
zoom
Turbo.
in a bit more? Such a smart
Yes,
ass
because
audience.
wait a
That's-
minute. Didn't they all
Yes.
come in for the Christmas party? So
Yeah.
they were all in studio for the Christmas party, because now none of them are in studio. So
You
that
gotta
makes sense.
Yeah.
No. I also saw that. I looked at when I watched it on YouTube on a big TV. The clock's in the background. It says 1:25 in the afternoon.
Mhm.
So take that for what it is. Like, are they still there? It's they're all there at 1:25 in the afternoon, and Howard's not. Even if it were a rare day they're on, they've been gone for 3 hours. So whatever that is. And again, this show has no reason to be live. There's nothing time sensitive
No.
about it. There's nothing
Yeah.
current. It really doesn't matter. If they were honest with the audience, who would care? But because you insist on, you lie for no reason, we're gonna shit on you any chance we get.
So I think that was filmed in December or
I believe
early
that as well.
January. Could
Yeah.
be. How long did Tamara, as a woman, how long is it cool to leave Christmas memorabilia out after
Usually until the first week of January, and then
There
you
you
take
go.
it down. Yeah.
Even Kwanzaa?
January?
Kwanzaa is usually right after
Okay.
Christmas. It starts December 26th, but yeah, usually by January 6th or 7th that week, everything is gone.
Okay.
Wow.
Brendan says, yeah, Mark Knopfler, good reference, Brendan. Dire Straits. That's Howard's motto for everything. Money for nothing. Right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the entire credo. It's here. Vacation Lucian, money for nothing. That's how he has that set up. That's a great reference, Brendan. Johnny hates jazz. Remember that one? You're giving me nothing but
Nothing but
shattered dreams.
shattered dreams. Love that song.
That's
Love
such a
that
Gary
song.
Delabate song, right? Damn, I forgot about that song.
Anything else, X?
Yes, Steve don't come yet.
Where did you get them?
John, tell him. It's John's mind.
That's from Singles. That's Xavier McDaniel in the movie Singles. It was all set in Seattle. He was still on the Sonics when that was filmed and then got traded to Phoenix as the movie came out. He was on the Suns for 65 games in 1991. And then he went to the Knicks in 92, one season. The Knicks think he was there for like 10 years. He was there for one season. He's a Sonic. He'll always be a Sonic.
Yes.
Those are his
yes.
best years. You remember that?
I do. I was really into basketball back then. Yes.
Well, you being a Southern California, LA broad, the Ice Cube song, right? The Lakers beat the Supersonics. So you knew right off that was a decent rivalry.
And I'll be in LA in a few weeks too.
Traveling.
Culver City?
Yeah, I have some events I have to do. So yeah, I have to travel for a minute.
Before we move on to the content, and Tamara reminds us last time. Do you know she's this hot commodity in the podcast universe? She writes us. She goes. I have you're lucky you're getting me. I have music podcasts climbing all over me. I have pop culture. I have psychiatric podcasts climbing all over me. I have
really no. Tamara, explain. Tamara, give it to us. What's the deal?
So usually, I used to in my spare time, I used to teach part time. I would just be somewhere just talking, and people liked the way I would break things down. So they would always ask me to teach or train someone. And now it's come to with podcasts. They're like, hey, you seem pretty cool with just talking about different variety of topics. So we would love for you to come on and talk. And I really don't want to. I really don't want to.
No, she loves not wanting to.
So the only reason, John is one of the few I will do it for. And there's a medical podcast that I will talk to. But other than that, I don't really talk to people.
So you were...
Go ahead, Bon, sorry.
So you were humble bragging.
No.
She was sort of saying, well, I do this one because I like it, but I'm not.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Making us feel
left
guilty.
and
Right. Making us feel.
Wow, Tamara getting into it, and why not? You've put in the time, the effort. You deserve. The victor deserves the spoils.
Yeah, I've been doing pharmaceuticals for over 20 years, and like I was telling John, I lived in LA for so long. You can't help but get into some of the culture and politics of Hollywood and the things that goes on. So, that's how I was
popular.
able
It's hard for you to go walk down the street. People are like,
that's
hey,
not me.
I heard about you the other day. Did you have a security guard? Do you have a SEAL team with you?
No team. But when I do go to LA, I was telling John, I know people and have family members in the entertainment industry, and sometimes they'll just slide me some information.
Wow.
Yeah,
we are lucky. We're lucky.
Here, I don't want to hear any of the anonymity. We name names. I don't want to hear, I can get fired if I blow up my own spot. We name names.
No, they're gonna disown me.
Yeah.
Like I went to Usher. Remember when Usher was having his residency in Las Vegas? I went for free. For free. Went to both shows during his birthday and met people
I know someone who would love for you to come on their podcast.
Oh my God, I have videos. It was great. And
I couldn't be an usher at an Usher concert. They wouldn't even let me in that way.
You and Monique could start a show together. By the sounds of this sounds like you two could have a wonderful time. You could talk about everything you've done.
Yeah.
So listen, Tamara frames it like this. She goes, all right, what I did was I was looking at the views of all the different offers that I got, and you guys seem to tick more views than the other ones, so I came on this show.
Shit, humble brag. I love it. I'm gonna have to make a little package. Oh, my voice just cracked terribly. Then did you hear my voice?
Did I make you nervous, Bond?
The temerity.
Yeah. Oh, you're the hottest chick we've ever had up in here, Tamara. You know that. John, can I address something quickly before we
Yes.
get to the main portion? So I got, when you're speaking about comments, I got roasted on in the
Oh, I
comments, and
bet.
look at John
I
coming
bet.
to John came to my defense.
That wasn't
and
me.
they
That's Sarah. That's Sarah.
Oh, that was Sarah.
Yep.
Oh my God.
I think.
And I thought that
I
was
didn't see
you.
it.
Okay.
No,
And
I started it. I started it. Like I triggered the video game talk. You just took the baton in a way.
Look what we're looking at is someone wrote Bond's video game talk is akin to Monique's fashion
Oh,
talk on
nothing's
Radio
no
Gunk.
way.
And Sarah replies, "Nothing is that bad."
Yeah,
And listen,
yeah.
if people
But you knew what
people
you were doing. You knew what you knew. I don't want to
I
get
knew
all
my
heavy
shit.
from Arizona. You knew what you were doing. Like you
You
knew
knew,
how it would
and
be perceived.
it's not like I talk about it
No.
regularly. I've never
No.
talked about it, and people were saying, "Gee, Bon, you must have been insulted, and you must have wanted to puke all of your guts down the toilet at someone saying that." And I was like, "Yeah, but I just want that person to know that if they thought it was bad, they're really not going to like this then." Bon Jovial's gaming show. Live gaming with Bon Jovial. Die, you piece of shit Nazi. And your dog, too. Okay, missile launched. This one's for 9/11, you cunts. And David.
I had little kid computer games in the 90s, like CD-ROMs and stuff, but I didn't have video games, actually. We asked my mom and dad once, like, why didn't we have video games? And they were like, you never asked for them. It just never intersected with my life that much.
And Sarah.
Right in the tit. Oh.
Bon Jovial's gaming show. Coming soon.
I would watch that, Bond.
I would too.
Oh my
That was
God.
amazing. Do you want to host on this channel? I'll run it from here, and you could host it, or I'll totally let you do that.
No,
It's a big deal. It's a pretty big. That was. Can I say? Tamara wants to know how come there hasn't been a Grand Theft Auto Melbourne edition. You're in the penal colony. There's some really badass people there. Wouldn't that be great?
amazing? That's so amazing.
Right?
I'm speechless.
Like a
It's so
Point
rare.
Break kind of thing with it too.
I
At the
don't
same
even.
time. with
We'll get it when he
Animal
comes
Kingdom.
back in. I love the.
They're
the
running out of
mind.
cities. I'm tired of
Love you
LA
guys.
with.
I
crowds.
know.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
sure.
my friend went to LA like 5-6 years ago, and I
Weird.
think the reason he went there for a vacation was to go. All he talked about was the Grand Theft Auto
Yeah.
locations.
Yeah,
he went
it's
all
huge.
through the.
That's
went
how
to San
kids bond.
Fran.
That's how kids know music. Kids learn 80s pop and 90s pop music from Grand Theft Auto's radio station.
It was cringe. He's sending me messages while he's there going, "Oh my God, the game got it so right. I'm standing in one of the most, one of the best locations from the game. It's exactly the same." He's just like, "It's like I'm in the game right now." And I'm like, wow.
Little Depp head, I'm going to send you my impression of Depp. And if this is true, that you actually speak to these people, I don't think he controls his own Instagram. I know his assistant does.
Yeah.
You're going to send him my impression of him to him when I pranked the Stern Show wrap-up show, and they thought it was him. And Jackie and my Jackie prank. You're going to send that to him, and he's going to hear it. He's going to hear it how it's really supposed to be done. That's Fuji Vice. Where does it obviously latent? A nice use of latent, Brendan. Ninth Gate is low. I don't think that's you're not bored. Roman Polanski. People like it's very polar. The Ninth Gate, really?
Ninth Gate was awful, awful special effects, terrible
I know.
acting. The guy in the wheelchair, the woman in the wheelchair. Oh, it's like, come on, I'm
It's an
done.
odd choice,
If you
Howsey.
watch that movie, fast forward through all the woman in the wheelchair parts.
Yeah, good. That's good. Private
go.
Resort is right there. Archives. I agree with that. One time I called. This is like when Sirius first. I want to say it's 05. I don't think Howard is even there yet. Jim Brewer had a show on Raw Dog, and he had Dice on. So I first got Sirius. I'm like looking around at stuff, and you're looking at, and Dice was on. So I call in, and I get on hold, and I tell the call screener I want to talk about Private Resort with Depp and Dice, and I do an impression. Dice is obsessed with Donnie Brasco and does a really shitty impression of Depp and Pacino and Brasco. It's horrible. It's just awful. So I was going to call in and do it, and they left me on hold. And Dice and Jim Brewer stole my entire line of questioning for Dice while I was on hold.
That's like Stuttering John. That's awful.
It's just like what happened with me and Mark Hamill. Same thing, same exact thing.
And you're sitting there listening.
I'm sitting there
It's
listening
like
to
they've
my
cut off.
question. Yeah.
They've sliced off your head with a machete and turned it around. You can see your body.
Yeah, I was
And you're
furious.
looking at what you had go up in flames.
It was, and so that could turn you off from the show for the rest of your life. I could never listen again.
John,
that's
I think
enough.
you could, with the idea you had about scenes you can fast forward through in TV shows and movies, you could come up with something like a website about that, and people would go and read all the scenes that they can fast forward through in movies. I bet someone's done it. I'm going to look it up now. This is the problem with this world now. You come up with an idea and then you go, I looked up, I thought of an idea years, 10 more years ago about a website or like a group thing where you talk about all the best songs that aren't hits off the albums, the songs that most people don't like. And then I looked it up and somebody's already done it. Like the songs nobody talks about for each album. So you do a whole profile of the album and then you go into the songs that people don't like the segues and stuff. And it was done. And I bet this is done. I'm going to look it up now. And I bet it's going to ruin our night because it's going to say, yeah, there's already a whole fan group on scenes you can fast forward.
The bigger the internet gets, Bond, the more your ideas will be out there in some way. It really is it's really getting where it's bitten off more and more, like things you think of.
It's even a dumb idea like mine that
I don't think
tracks
it's dumb.
that nobody listens to. It's already done and someone's already making monies about it. So let's have money out of it. 1 year ago, what scene do you have to fast forward through?
I think a video game show would be great. I think it's such a huge thing
It's
that
a
there
huge
really isn't
market.
enough. And then like an Australian dude doing it. I don't know of a lot of Australians doing it. That's a whole other element to it. And you have your
That's your
Generation
niche.
X. Yeah, it is
Yeah.
niche.
Yeah.
Food
you
and
say
Deviance
niche?
by Melvin.
You say niche? It's
Niche.
not
I said
niche?
Wayman Tisdale in an interview I listened to in the late 80s. He said he said niche. And that's stuck in my head that's how it's pronounced. People say niche. I've heard
Yes.
so Wayman Tisdale said niche, and that's what I say because Wayman Tisdale said it that way. Same
And can I
birthday as
say
Johnny Depp too, by the way.
Can I say one more thing? Because I'm
Yep.
looking at the chat. Howsey, I'm sorry, I cannot get perks. The perks are so under government control now that it's really hard to get Percocets freely anymore from the hospitals and stuff. It's because every time just so you guys know, anytime you get a controlled substance as a pharmacist and a doctor, we have to do a government check to see how many times you have filled a controlled medication. And that'll let us know whether or not we're going to give that prescription to you or not.
Tamara's
so
the
you
Pablo.
know.
Tamara's the
Just
Pablo
so you
Escobar.
know.
Tamara's the Pablo Escobar of Ozempic.
So when the
in Texas.
pharmacist says, no, I cannot fill your prescription, that is why. That is why. We cannot fill your
Classic Tamara.
What the hell was I going to say? All right, they're both hit the like. Yes, thank you, Little Depp. Everybody hit like and subscribe right now. Rest in peace, George Foreman. I think a lot of people don't realize. And this guy, right? I mean, in the 90s, right? Who didn't have a Foreman grill? I had 3 of them at one point. You could sort of multitask.
serious?
Yeah, You could, because you could run 3 of them at the same time. If you're having a party, you could run 3 Foreman grills at the same time. For me, the only thing that worked on the best thing was bacon and hot dogs. When it was beef, it kind of took the flavor out of it. I don't know. But bacon was great because you want the grease out of it as much as you could, and hot dogs and sausage and stuff. Hamburgers are okay.
Did you like the little chef's hat I put on you in the shorty?
Yes,
in the
I did love that. That was
thumbnail?
great.
Isn't that cute? With you with a little hat.
So some
Said
people might
chef
not know that. Oh, thank you, What about Wayne Cody was the broadcaster. I didn't. Isn't Kevin Calabro their play-by-play guy at the time? Even though I'm in New York, I knew that somehow. He was a Trailblazers and the Sonics play-by-play guy. So a lot of people don't realize George Foreman was also a boxer. He's not just the guy from the George Foreman grill. Dare I say.
Oh, let me tell you about him. We never knew who he was in the 80s. I remember we saw the grill. That's it. Didn't know who he was.
Yeah,
You guys didn't know the Rumble in the Jungle
Not
with
here.
him and with Muhammad
boxing
Ali?
fans would
Oh,
have,
was that
but
a
me
black
and my
thing?
mum and my sister
Everything's
and we had no idea. We were like, whoever he is, he built this incredible
Tamara,
barbecue.
I think the Foreman grill passed by his boxing career like it was
That
standing
is
still.
true. I will agree with you on that.
It's
I'll agree.
crazy. And people were ripping him off after that. They were coming out like celebrities were trying to, I'm going to do it too. I'm going to do it too. And all it was just a grill that rolled downhill. That's all, and it was that pressing thing, and you can't really burn it. And people don't seem to use it as much anymore. Does it seem like it's died
No.
out?
Air fryer.
Yeah, I
Nobody
know
uses
the air fryer.
fryer.
That's destroyed it. That's a great point, Tamara.
Mm-hmm.
Do black people like air fryers? That's what Bond
We
wants to know.
adore it. Yes.
We adore it. Okay.
Yes.
My move with the air fryer is I actually will sprinkle oil on top of it as well. So I can't just to give it more of a.
They say you should not do that, John. You don't need to. That's
don't
what they
need to.
say.
Okay.
But
So a lot of
I do because it provides a little extra crisp. I don't know. I need that extra.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
You know my people like a little extra crisp. You know that we do that. So a lot of people don't realize George Foreman was on the Stern Show once. So the ferret went in there, and it went to 1997, and he calls in to promote, I believe, the grill and something else, and to announce he's a preacher. And I don't think anyone. I safe to say that most people never heard this. He's on for like very, very little time. It's a 12-minute interview. 12 minutes. So here is George Foreman on the Howard Stern Show. Rest in peace, George. What a pioneer, what a character. The guy who you couldn't love hamburgers any more than this guy. I mean, wimpy. There's nothing on this guy. And just everything right about pro sports, no steroids, and he's just like unearthly kind of endurance. And who doesn't love George Foreman? What a personality. So here's George Foreman. Rest in peace at age 76. I wish he lived till 152 on the Stern Show.
I have a religious man on the phone.
Who's that?
George Foreman.
Oh.
The boxer and religious man. He's a minister.
I was going to say, I thought, we've been doing this sort of.
Oh, God. Casey Turbos. That's brilliant. I have 3 George Foreman grills. Midlife crisis.
You haven't done that for a
Where
long
did he come
time.
from? Who's Casey Turbos, Bon?
I could not know. I
He
don't
changed
know.
his name. He's way too. That's
One of these
familiar.
people.
God damn it.
Theme this morning. I thought it was one of your letter writers.
No, hey, as a matter of fact, Gary, see if you can get that American Family Association on the phone. Here's the addresses and phone numbers. Call them up. I want to speak to one of their representatives.
What a fine job they're doing.
Yeah, well, we found out that.
Elvin's such a wise ass. He goes, everyone, close your eyes and imagine Arm in a kitchen watching over 3 George Foreman grills going one at a time.
Do you have music in the background? Do you have music in the
Yes, of
background
course,
while
of
you're
course.
doing that? Okay.
Of course. You know what it is, Melvin? You can't have one grease on the other grill. So you have the 3 different grills, and they're not going to intersect. And you can't have bacon grease on the hot dog grill. You know what I mean? It's different things, and it just and they're cheap. So why not get 3 of them? Why not get multiple air fryers, Tamara?
Oh, I have the huge jumbo one. So
Yep.
when one thing is going, I got the other one. Oh yeah, beautiful.
Bon,
Beautiful.
is the air in Australia a different fry than it is in America?
It spins in the different direction. Are you saying, like inside?
Yeah.
Yes, of course it does. I'll give you that.
Craig Kilborn had on. He had Mel Gibson on his show years ago in like the mid '90s or something, and he asked him he has that 5-question thing at the end. He said, "Do you dream in Australian or American?"
That's pretty good. I
Yeah,
like
I know.
that.
It's really good. We're gonna do a Mel Gibson show on here, by the way, and
Yeah, I'm
his
keen,
hideous
'cause
history.
That would be nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
American Family Association, some trumped up organization that was going after me. Turns out one of their membership was busy diddling a little kid. So, let's find out what's up with that. Anyway, George Foreman is a great fighter. He came out of retirement. And how old is he now?
He's in his 40s.
Yeah.
God, this is 30. Let me see. Yeah, this is 30. This is 28 years ago. This interview. Damn.
He had a religious conversion in the shower. I want to ask you
That's
about
what
that.
I remember him saying.
Yeah. Let me see if I can get him.
Speaking of the shower, I won an eBay auction in the shower today. I took the phone into the shower because the auction was going to end while I wasn't. So there's no way I'm missing this auction. I took the phone in the shower and I won the auction in the shower.
How?
I swear to God. I put it, on the
water's all over you.
No,
because
the
you've
phone
got
goes
like
on the
one-
side.
Yeah, you had the thing on the side, where all the
Yeah.
shampoos go, and then I put it there,
Yeah.
and I was staring at the time, and then as soon as I spun around, in between rinse cycles, I hit, $14 and won the auction.
What was it? What was it? Please tell us what it was. I'm almost crying. This is so funny.
WWE 2024 Deluxe Edition, which used to be $120, and this was $30.
What?
So you know how all the
DVD.
download content in the same game. So it was 30 as opposed to 120.
So
And
our gaming conversation has really gotten to you over the last week.
It did.
You've
That
been thinking about
absolutely
gaming.
motivated me to do that. Yes,
Oh,
it did.
that's so cute. And he's in the shower, Tamara. I can imagine your little face that Sarah has used on images so much. While we've got the beautiful Tamara. I mean,
Black don't crack too. As a matter of fact, she looks like she is. I happen to know kind of what her age is. She could easily pass
you can
for
tell it. I don't
15,
care.
20
You
years
can tell
younger
it.
than she is. Easily. You and
Bon, do
Regina
you know
King.
how old I am? Do you know how old I am, Bon? Oh, you don't.
No, and I'm not gonna say.
Don't even
anything.
guess. It's a lose-lose.
You should never guess.
Yeah,
I'll
don't
never
even guess.
It's like
I don't
if you
care.
think a woman's pregnant, you never say anything. just you can tell us if you want, but you are not under any duress
Oh, yeah,
to
I
do
don't
that.
care.
I just
I'm
want
open.
everyone listening
No,
to know
I
we're
just-
not
Oh
ageist. Ageism.
No, we're not
whatever
ageist.
the-
No.
I just turned 50 in January. I
Wow.
just turned 50. I went to
Congratulations.
Curacao and had a great time in Curacao for 50.
She's the very personification of Black don't crack. She easily could pass for 15 years younger. I think that picture is like current in profile. Easily.
Yes, that was in Mexico City in November. Yes.
She's the hottest chick we've ever had up here.
Thanks, Artie. Tamara was negotiating the tariffs in Mexico, and then she came back and it's like, I can't do it anymore.
Can't do
And
it.
I have a request for your song later. I want you to sing, not after you sing the whole thing. I want you to sing just a little verse in French, because I know you and Lily Rose and Holly Robinson, my hall pass, have your masters in French. So
Okay. I have to figure out a song. I'll look through something. Yeah.
Okay.
That would be
I'm on the
lovely.
phone here. Mr. Foreman.
Hi, how do you
Hey,
doing?
how you doing?
Great. I was listening to that commercial about the Ranch One. I got happy.
Yeah.
George likes to eat.
Yeah, if you know.
Hey, speaking of Melvin food, do you guys know Ranch? What happened to Ranch One? Tamara, do you have Ranch Ones in LA or Texas? Or Ranch One was a chicken place, a la it was like a Chick-fil-A. and it had the best French fries.
I have not seen that. I have not seen the
what
Ranch
happened to
one.
that? Ranch One was great. There was a ton of them in New York. It didn't originate in New York. New York gets fast food way late because we're really snobby and pretentious, and it has to be so. But it was huge in the late '90s, and the best French fries, and it's gone now. It became like Chick-fil-A.
Have you ever checked out Ranch One?
No, I'm going to check it out now.
It's fantastic. You
Oh,
really
let's
will
talk
like it.
about good food.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's an endorsement deal in there. I'm telling you.
As if Howard eats fast food, even knows what Ranch One is. He has absolutely no idea. He wouldn't have eaten that 10 years before that. In the 80s, he wouldn't have eaten that. He hadn't eaten fast food. He goes those dumb Roy Rogers stories they have all the time. I'm not even sure I believe they ate that.
Anyway, George Foreman is like a real nice guy. I always watch all the boxing matches.
Well, he wasn't a real nice guy all the time.
Yeah, you were a real bad guy, and then you went in the shower, and God came to you, right?
Thank you, Babs Rush. He named all his boys George. That's right. Yeah, Barbara DeRush. I forgot about that.
That's crazy.
Oh, God.
Yeah, things changed. No doubt about that.
Why do you think God came to you in the shower? I mean, why there?
I don't know. If you want to get clean, there's no better place.
Yeah, you felt dirty, and then when you were cleansing yourself. But what's weird is that you were a bad man, right? I mean, you did bad things in your life.
Yeah, I was a whole lot ignorant, no doubt about it. When you don't know a lot, you just don't know a lot.
Yeah, I'll say. You should see me. There's a whole lot I don't know. But you know what I mean? Like, most guys get in the shower. And
just wash themselves.
Wash themselves. I usually get aroused in the shower, to be quite honest. I know you're a minister, but even you know about this. You have kids. I get aroused in the shower. I think about girls, or maybe when I'm nude and the water is hitting me in certain places. And for God to come there when you're naked.
What would happen to you if God started talking to you?
In the shower, I would jump out a window. Because God talked to you in the shower, right?
Well, you can put it like that, but the thing is, you get to talking to yourself when you hear about God coming into your life. You say a whole lot of things to yourself right quick.
Right.
Like, how do I get out of here?
Right. So, no,
what is it about the shower that all your ideas come to you and it's the best thinking ever? It's crazy. It is crazy. That is amazing. I didn't realize that was an Office episode that Michael burnt his foot on a Foreman grill. I didn't see that. And I agree with this too. Bon he really is a cinematic comedic genius. I mean, I think if he were a filmmaker on this SNL that we're talking about in this series, you'd probably save the writers like hours and hours and hours how fast you make that shit. It takes these guys days. They're staying up till 7 o'clock in the morning, and you seem to just pump them out like in an afternoon by yourself.
I just get excited and inspired by you, the arm who returned for us.
Thank you,
like
Ricky
Jesus.
Electrician.
Thank
Love
Don't
you,
change
buddy.
the subject.
Thank you, Rick.
Who returned for us.
Thank you, Rick. Arm saying he won an auction while showering. That's why I'm here. There's more where that came from, Rick. I might start a new trend. I've thought about doing that before with the eBay in the shower, and today I had to. It was just one of those auctions. You're never going to get it back again. You're never going to see it again. You know what I mean? This ain't going to happen ever again. This price, this item, it's exactly what I want at the time. I'm taking it in. I'm taking it in.
What kind of bad things were you doing that God had to come to see you in the shower?
Well, you live a whole life where you're pursuing nothing but fame and riches and fame and that.
Right.
You never think about there's another part of life that comes. The old song, "The best things in life are free."
Yeah, there's a spiritual side of life.
What happened there, Bond? Was that me?
I was trying to put this in the background.
And women and fornicating.
Go ahead.
While I've just ruined the vibe, I just wanted to ask Tamara, isn't this a beautiful man?
Yes.
That's
Arm
John.
Barkley. That's Charles Barkley.
Look at that.
So that's a Nirvana
that
episode.
is. Okay.
That's John.
So Barkley hosted, Sarah made this. So Barkley hosted SNL in the 93-94 season, and Nirvana was the musical guest. And so she fused my face onto Barkley's, which is not a bad idea. My game is very similar to his. My actual basketball game is not that different than his. It's very similar. Undersized.
That's an attractive man, isn't it,
That is a
Tamara?
great
Would you
looking
say?
I think
It's
so.
John.
Of course.
John
yes.
is a black man.
Notice she didn't even touch Kurt Cobain came out of this unscathed.
That's right.
Right, look at that.
That's
Bottom
that
right.
is cute. He's untouched. That's funny because of
He
her
got
love
his
for
though
him.
in the next year. I'll tell you that.
I'm sorry
Here
for
we go.
interrupting. I just needed
That's all right.
Tamara to weigh in. John is attractive, white or black. Doesn't matter.
Howsy, I agree with this. And I agree and disagree at the same time because I hated when Howard interviewed athletes. He knew nothing about them. It was cringeworthy. True. But there was an element where he was asking them questions that a typical sports interviewer was afraid to ask. After a while, like being a sports fan, you get tired of the same mouthpiece, cliche tropes in interviews. And it was fun every once in a while to hear Howard ask questions that they would never ask him. Because like a Lawrence Taylor. So I do agree and disagree at the same time.
All the pleasures that come along with wealth and fame, and then all of a sudden, God came to you in the shower and said, "Hey, George." Did he call you George?
Did he know you?
Did he?
I heard you had stomach muscles. I'm going to test them out.
Hey, George, but wait a second. How do you know that it wasn't like Muhammad Ali, like in another room, like with a microphone, playing with you? How do you know you were?
I thought about that.
Yeah, like, hey, George, this here.
Calm down a bit.
You're going to be like, hey, George, this here's God.
I never, that's something to think about.
Would you imagine?
All my enemies, they really profited, no doubt about it.
Barbara DeRush thinks you look 29, Tamara.
Oh, bless her. Thank you. I love her.
That's so Babs.
Imagine it was all a scam. Your whole religious conversion. It'd be unbelievable. But you were alone in the shower when this happened, right?
It goes deeper than the shower. It was in the dressing room.
Right.
And when it happened to me,
Howsy says that Connecticut's hadn't even been hatched with Ranch One, hadn't even been in Connecticut. That's crazy. I thought it was national. I was positive it was, and Connecticut's so close to New York.
I went to the shower.
Right.
So it was a little deeper than that. The whole dressing room experience after a boxing match.
So God first talked to you in the dressing room, and then he followed you into the shower.
Uh-huh.
Wow. Isn't it weird that God shows... George Foreman's a very good-looking man. I wouldn't be surprised if God showed up. George Foreman...
Howard's the only one that could sound gay with George Foreman. He cannot get off this shower thing. I mean, I kind of glossed over holy shit.
He was naked in a shower.
You know how hard it is to sound gay talking to George Foreman?
He just can't stop saying shower.
Yeah, shower. God damn it. You can
John, I can't get over you in the shower with the phone, and I'm just asking it. I've never heard of anybody.
That sounds so armed.
It is, but I've never heard of people taking their phone in the shower. All that steam would destroy the phone, wouldn't it? Is that what everybody does?
Okay, I have two other embarrassing shower things. This is since my medication's been all over the place.
Oh, I can't wait. Let me put your picture up for the shorty. Wait a sec here. This is going to be great. Here.
I just told my sister this. So in the shower in the last 3 months, medication adjustments, I have walked into the shower with glasses on 3 times, not realizing I had them on. Just turned the shower on, walked in, the water hit my glasses. I'm like, holy shit, I brought my glasses into the shower. Just didn't realize
probably
it.
common. That's probably pretty common.
That's more common, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
T-shirt.
All right. That's weird.
No.
T-shirt twice.
No. That's
and
really
socks 3 times. Everything but socks. Walked in with socks. Didn't look
never
down.
done
Just
that.
walked in with socks.
Never, ever, John.
Yep.
Were you in a hurry or something?
No,
or?
I'm just my brain's just all over the place. Like it's just like very distracted, very up in my head, very just like thinking about probably doing this show, probably thinking about what am I going to do with the bullet points in my head of what we're going to do. Probably this show caused it.
The stress.
It's not even stress. It's self-induced stress. It's self-induced.
Where's my fucking drop on this? Hold on. I'm scrambling.
I wear 2 pairs of socks too because I like the cushion. I like the, I'm flat-footed, so I wear 2 pairs of socks because it gives you the, the cushion and the arch and everything. And
does it really help?
Thicker socks.
That'd be awful in summer if you.
They are thick, so I put 2 pairs of thick socks on. It's it's not thick enough. It's almost like ice. It's just like OCD. It's a basketball player thing. We like to have. It's all about keeping the foot, and it's I'm flat-footed and I get sore in the arches. Wait.
You're not saying God. God's a man, right? And God likes women, I hope.
Oh, my goodness. This is something else.
I mean, what's he
Yeah, Joe Frazier was a very regular guest.
doing in the shower with you where you're nude?
Why would he
He's still in the shower.
follow you? You
Yeah.
give a man a little privacy.
I mean, you are a good-looking man and everything. I can see why God might be interested, but
Yeah, I appreciate the compliments even in the shower.
But you actually, but I'm being serious now. I don't mean to make a mockery of it. Was he really speaking to you? I mean, you heard his voice?
You remember when Erica Durant played the show and he would not get off the nude parties?
Yes.
This is the same thing.
He's a scumbag,
This
and
is the same thing.
he's Sarah to comment on you stress you put on yourself.
Again, I'm not just saying this. You are so hard on yourself.
Yeah.
It's self-induced.
The shower.
It is self.
You-
That sounds
getting
like a
in the
backward
shower
compliment.
with your clothes. No. Getting. I've never gotten. Everybody in the chat's losing their mind about
Yeah.
this. Like, you've got this, of course, socks. Look at this. You see, you don't need this content. That's what I'm going to tell you right now as a compliment. You don't need this Howard Stern gentleman. You could just come on. Look at this. These people are enraptured by this whole story. Look at this.
Oh my God! Nice word. Nice use of rapture, Bon. That's Tamara's favorite song. Go ahead, Tamara. Go ahead, do it. Take it.
She X'd out. She disappeared for a sec.
No,
Tamara,
I'm
are you
having
okay?
internet issues. My neighbors
Oh.
are using the internet, so I'm
Michael J.
having
Fox?
internet issues.
Ready, Tamara? Rapture.
What are we?
Go ahead.
Caught up in the rapture of love. I'm sorry, I'm off to that.
Nothing else can compare.
Oh, I sound horrible.
So now really the premise of this show, even though it's very SNL, a lot of people don't realize, and Tamara came on, and Tamara reminded me, and she could speak to part of this, and Horatio Sanz and Jimmy Fallon got a huge Me Too for trafficking an underage girl in the early 2000s of SNL. Now, Lorne Michaels and his PR people had this destroyed. It is a huge story. It is real. It is true. Lorne Michaels and NBC threw money at the thing to make it go away. They never denied this didn't happen. Horatio Sanz shows up at the SNL 50th like it never happened. It's almost as if it's so bizarre. Like I'm just gonna waltz. I'm gonna own this. Not own it. I'm just gonna pretend. What do they say? Darvo, deny, whatever the acronym is for that.
Tamara
Jimmy Fallon's also in there. Jimmy Fallon's so attention starved. He's so obsessed.
I dislike him so much.
You could have this scandal, and he still can't stay out of the limelight. Why don't you go hide in fucking Mexico if this were on you? He needs attention so bad.
Yes.
That
I would be in the van with all like that guy who Brian Laundry. I'd be doing in laundry if I was
Lord, so I was talking to David about this, who might pop on later, that Jimmy Fallon is part of the Lorne Michaels pyramid scheme, that he's part of his Broadway video, and he probably has his holding deal with him right in all these projects. So if he cancels the show and he admits to that, he must have paid insane money to have this story buried, because ABC News is hardly buried. You notice NBC didn't cover this. This is what the story came from. And I had seen the story, and I'm like, why is this not bigger? Why? There are people who have done far less. He trafficked a 15-year-old girl and groomed her and admits it in text. This is
your
Horatio
Hollywood
Sanz.
connections, John. They just say to the people at whatever these places are, the publications, they just say don't go there. That's what I think.
Jimmy Fallon is part of this. So the two of them shared an office, and she curated the website. And this is like when websites were not huge. Like if you had a website, it was a really big deal, and everybody knew about the one. It's like when Stern Fan Network started. It was really the Stern Fan Network to Saturday Night Live is what this girl ran. And they grew, and so she got their number. They like new to the cast, and Lorne Michaels had in his mind that he was going to turn Jimmy Fallon into a star at all costs. How that motherfucker even got an audition is crazy, because he had no. I think his mother knew him, or he submitted a tape, and it makes no sense.
He's
It's
such
so
a
bizarre.
talentless douchebag. How could that have happened? I don't understand it. He's just a giggling doofus.
Right. And so, but once Lorne Michaels gets it in his mind, he's going to try to turn someone into a star. There's just nothing. No ratings can stop it.
No,
Statutory R.I.P can't stop it. And
that's
so,
right.
yeah. And
But
so,
isn't
Tamara
it like
is
when I like you, I like you. I'm gonna
yes,
fuck with you. If I like
yes.
you, I'm gonna fuck with you. That's basically entertainment.
But this
Oh,
is the pyramid scheme
Yeah,
rendition of
yeah.
it. He's
is he
trying to
hot
create
though?
teen
Is he
idols.
attractive at all, Tamara? Jimmy
Ooh,
Fallon?
no,
Jimmy.
On that
no.
show, though, Bon, everybody's Zac Efron. You know, when you're comparing
Yeah.
Jimmy Fallon to Horatio Sanz, they'll do anything. So he comes on. The first time I ever saw him, he comes on and rips off Adam Sandler with the guitar thing on Weekend Update. I'm like, what is going on? Are they serious with this? Who, Adam Sandler got fired, and he comes on doing the same thing. And it was, and he's trying to be cute, and he's giggling, he's breaking character every sketch. Horatio Sanz does this. I'm like, what is going on here?
And do you know why Horatio Sanz
Do I
wasn't on
know
the
about
show?
him?
Not about the R.I.P thing.
Okay.
But do you know why he was no longer on SNL?
I don't know why he got fired. If he did get fired, I'm not even sure how he left. Budget cuts. Wow. Budget cuts. That's how
That
they
doesn't
frame.
work.
That's how his
It's
agent framed.
embarrassing.
Budget cuts.
What are they in? Accounting? God.
What was he making? $105,000 a year? Budget cuts?
Yeah,
What?
that's nothing. That's
It's
nothing.
I think that was
Drop in
just
the
the
ocean.
reasoning to get him off the show. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? If they're
yeah.
not popular, it's just time to go.
So they're grooming teenagers on this website, and they're texting them. This is when cell phones were just kind of new, but they're IMing them on AOL. So this is kind of going back and forth. And Horatio Sanz meets this girl at 15 and grooms her for years. And so she finally comes out. She's going along with it and has this epiphany. And I believe everything she said, even though, what are you doing? And, you're a stupid kid and you're going to fall for that. And she's a SNL groupie, and these girls who think that show is the end all.
And I'm going to say this, Arm, being a female, when you're that age and someone is giving you, depending on how you were raised and stuff, when a guy who's that famous, regardless of his looks, is giving you attention, like, oh, wow, look, somebody from SNL. I've always wanted to write, and he's talking to me. He's showing me attention. He's letting me go to the parties with him.
And you're Horatio Sanz. You're Horatio Sanz, who's this big little tubby fucking, he's 5'4", and he's just this little, so he's never gotten attention from women before, and this is like a new thing, and he can't handle it at the same time. So it's the two things colliding
it's why it's
Former
so
SNL
inappropriate.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Bob.
That's why it's so inappropriate for him to give her any attention. That's why they should never give kids attention like that, because they lose their mind. They think these people are icons and they're faultless. They think of them as being, they can't understand anything other than them being like gods, and it's so sick. What you sent me, John. This is for people listening. If you're trigger warning for this stuff.
Yeah, this is messed up.
Photos alone.
You read the whole thing, Bon, right? It was a pretty deep article. I figured out how to use AI now for all the different things we do, which is great. It really is efficient. It's really amazing. Like it knows exactly how long it's going to take to read it. It really makes sense how nervous the actors are getting that AI is going to take over. You could see why. With this.
I can't wait for this, because John's been working on this, and we're going to hear John's picked the AI voice, didn't you?
I went through 50 voices. I just picked the most gravitas, the broad that sounded the most serious that would do this. It wasn't like I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to who would sound the best doing this. So I went through 50 AI voices. I'm new to this, so give me a break here.
I'm excited. I can't wait for this.
So this is the ABC article, Tamara, that you sent me, because I truncated it. There's two different ones that Rolling Stone did. I thought that the one on ABC put them together nicely. So this is ABC News, and there's an actual video with it after this that
superfan who recently settled underage abuse lawsuit against Horatio Sanz describes her emotional journey. The woman told her story to ABC News Nightline in her first TV interview. The first time Jane Doe saw Saturday Night.
You're going to hear Jane Doe a lot, so she doesn't reveal her name, even though in the video they don't disguise her voice. Did you guys watch the video they had, the 8-minute video?
No.
Okay,
not
so
yet.
she doesn't disguise her voice at all. And so this is, she's 15 when they first meet.
Night Live, she was hooked. Immediately I thought it was the most magical thing in the world that so late at night when I normally had to be in my bed all the grown-ups were on TV doing funny things. She said to ABC News in her first television interview. After watching one episode, Jane Doe began dreaming of working on the fabled SNL set. But she said her feelings about SNL were forever changed 6 years later, after then SNL cast member Horatio Sanz allegedly sexually assaulted her at an SNL after party in May of 2002.
So Tamara, what you were saying about Tracy Morgan, I went and I found an interview with Horatio Sanz from 10 years ago where he's bragging about that he is the maestro of the after party. So the SNL after party ends at 4. Then that's not good enough for them. I'm sure I'd be doing this too. I do this now. I mean, for Christ's sake, last night I did this. My hours were exactly the same as their after party. I went to bed exactly when their after party would be. So it goes from 4 to, when I lived in New York, there were these after-hour clubs, and you had to know someone who did it. I went about twice. I didn't know really where they were, but you had to be introduced to them, and it was fun. But it has to be underground because you can't see. You don't want to see the sun because the sun's going to come out. And so that's what this is. And Tracy Morgan had some, like, I guess he was like his version of freak pdiddy parties.
Correct.
That's what they
Correct. In addition to that, you got to understand too, from what I've understood from other people in the entertainment, you're still on that high of a great show. Everything is good, and you're not ready to go to sleep after the SNL.
No, I wouldn't either.
You want to do some more things. You know, it's Saturday. I'm going to sleep tomorrow, Sunday. I want to party a little bit more, and I'm sure there were other things that they use to also keep up that high as well.
No, 100%, no doubt. I couldn't agree more. That was what made Norm Macdonald so weird, that he kind of detached from the rest of the cast. When the show would end, he would go off on his own and go to a diner and just have some modest meal and then go home.
That's why I like doing this show for me in the morning, because if it was at night, my brain just keeps thinking about the conversations and I wouldn't be able to get to sleep. So by the time it's night here tonight, I'll have got it out of my system. And Melvin is making fun of you in the chat. He's saying you picked the AI Sarah voice.
Yeah, that's probably when I got that voice, I'm like, that's as close to Sarah as if I could get her to narrate this whole thing, I would do it. I would get her to do it if she would do it.
I would have paid her to. I want you to tell her, text her that I would have paid her to it, because could you imagine Sarah adding the size just
and then rolling her eye? Yes, I totally could.
Like Laura from Dr. Katz.
King, I cannot dunk. I'm barely, not even, I'm like almost 6 foot.
That's disappointing to me.
I can get my full hand. I used
when
to be able to get
when you were a little boy, couldn't you dunk?
Nope.
When you're a teenager.
But if you lower the rim, I can win a slam dunk contest. Like if you had like a 9-foot rim or 8.5, I would win. This, like, I know all the dunks because I practice on the Nerf hoop. So if you lower the rim to 8.5
Shelby
feet,
Pickle would disapprove of that. He's not going to let you lower the.
But he'll never be able to get there if he doesn't.
Yeah, right. You can't.
Reality versus and John, what are you, 5'10" or 6 foot?
5'11", 6 foot, something like that, somewhere.
So
in
you
there.
can't dunk unless you're 6'2", 6'3", right? Is that it?
No, it's just so your vertical leap, your wingspan, your like Russell Westbrook is what?
Didn't you practice dunking until you could get
on Nerf
Can a
hoops.
guy who's 5'10" like me, can he dunk?
I mean, if you have an insane vertical leap, you can, but it's not like it's not a height thing. It's a combination of height, wingspan, and
I thought that you was a
vertical leap.
ferret, a young ferret in high school, when the coach said, "Yeah, you got to practice your leap." Didn't you just go and practice?
No, they don't. They're not going to encourage dunking in practice if you can't dunk. It's a waste of time. Not a white practice.
I don't know.
Anyway.
I don't know
My whole
anything
team
about
is
it.
white.
I thought if you wanted to, so So how often does someone dunk a slam dunk in basketball in a match? Just one
It
person?
depends what the team. I mean, you saw my team in the beginning. It's like a clan meeting, right? The way I was climbing up on the whole school. It's 99%
Oh
white.
my God.
Clan.
They didn't like we were burning a cross to go into the
Oh,
room.
that is just classic isn't it,
It's actually a
Tamara?
Republican
Tamara's
town.
giggling like a
Yes.
schoolgirl right now. Give him props, Tamara.
Uh,
He's the whitest guy on earth, and he throws out this stuff,
Yeah,
doesn't he,
but
Tamara?
sometimes though, Bon, I just feel like he's black somewhere in there. He's got a whole lot of black in him.
Well, Melvin will tell you where he's black. You know, won't you, Melvin? He's typing already. Look at this. Wait for
yeah.
it.
By the way, Bon, I have a sword of Damocles right here, pal.
There it is. I sort of did talk now. Thank you for respecting my words. Remember
Yeah,
last show?
that was great. Sword of
'cause-
Damocles.
Oh my
was
God,
great.
that back and forth between you two had me worried. I was.
Oh,
at
we got
work
in an
just
argument.
like-
It was brilliant.
I
I
said,
saw
"Oh
some
my
people
God,
who
I can't
liked it,
believe
though.
this."
I saw
Melvin,
people
you
who
had
liked
me at
it.
symposium. Melvin, you had me at symposium in etiquette. You had me at symposium.
Jane Doe had set up an online fan site around SNL and its stars in the late 1990s, which she said became a destination.
Thank you, Melvin. DARVO stands for Deny, Attack, Reverse Victim,
sorry, I was
Offender.
supposed to say that.
Oh, that's
That's okay.
Trump,
No, thank you, Melvin.
isn't it?
Yeah, so that's
the
what
Trump agenda.
they did. Yeah, it's what Trump. Right. He's the first. He's the
Yes.
one that's synonymous with it. But they used it in the Depp trial too, if you remember. That was thrown around a lot in the Depp trial.
Destination
like
for
that
other fans
word.
of the show. People sort of all over the world, would send me emails and stuff. So it was like a very exciting little project.
So she's running the site like Stern Fan Network, and she's getting, that's exciting, right? It's the early days of the internet where all these websites are popping up, and
Oh,
that's the
John,
first
could you
one.
imagine when the net kicked off? If I was 16 or 17 and had made something like that,
yeah,
and then it gets
crazy.
millions, hundreds of thousands of people on
You'd
it,
never go to school.
It would have fucked up my life.
Yeah, you'd never go to school.
I
You'd
would
be
have
sitting
dropped
there
out of
moderating.
school
Yep,
because
easily.
of it.
And Bon, it's not just other attention; it's also attention from the SNL cast members. They're also
That's the-
seeing it. Yeah,
And that's the inappropriate. It should
Mhm.
never have got that because she's so young. She should never have been. Her parents should have been involved in calming this girl down because this is way too much. I blame her parents a bit.
The parents probably were like, oh, well, she probably promised her, oh, this is going to lead me to an internship. I'm going to be on the,
Mhm,
and she probably
exactly.
has no comedic ability whatsoever. Some people just think, I want to be on the show I just want to be famous. I just want to be part of it. I don't have any skills in comedy. I have no business being there. I just want to be famous.
We
And
know a lot of
Norman-
people like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
And
like that.
Bon, I want to say this too. My parents didn't know half of the things I was doing when I was, you know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah, her parents may have even not even known about it. You're
They
right.
didn't know anything that was going on, if she even said anything to her parents.
I can
Do you
only
know
imagine
how?
what
Do
it'd be
you know
like.
how proud your parents are of you, Tamara? Do you have any idea? You know those
Tamara.
ITAN parents are so proud of her.
Look at
Ridiculous.
her. Look at her hand.
Look at that.
Look at that hand.
They must brag about her all the time. They be
Look at
doing that
that.
shit all the time.
Look at that smile.
I know.
$1 million smile.
Guess who? That's what that. You know what that is, Bon, right?
Guess who?
Oh, classic arm.
That I got to do as a kid, Jane Doe told ABC News. And from 2000 to 2002, Jane Doe attended as many live tapings of SNL as possible, attending the show's infamous parties as well. In a lawsuit filed in 2021, Jane Doe, who asked that her name not be used, accused Sanz of kissing her, groping her breasts, groping her buttocks, and digitally penetrating her genitals forcibly and without consent at one of those parties.
So the age difference is at this time, he's 32 and she's 15. As the very first, as he's grooming her. That's what's going on. Jimmy Fallon is in the same office as him, and he's also, communicating with her and bringing her back and forth. Jimmy Fallon gets a book deal with his sister. The first year he's on, no one knows who he is, and he's got a book deal with his sister on Saturday Night Live. Like Lorne Michaels had the pyramid scheme going immediately with him.
Yes, crazy.
A book
What
deal.
is it? What is it with Lorne Michaels?
He's the worst. He's just a huckster. He's a huckster, a con man, a money guy, and they think they kind of regale him as a genius, and he takes credit for everything that's good. And
Was
he
was
should have hung
Jimmy
it up 25 years ago. He should have been off
was
that show.
was Jimmy like a twink to him, like Mamet is to Howard?
Yeah,
Oh,
he's into packaging and brands, and he's not into. If you have a lot of talent, that show like a Daryl Hammond or someone like who, you can't do anything after that show because you're almost too good at your job. Like you're a
Yeah.
chameleon. What do you
But does
do with?
Lorne straight or is he
No,
gay?
he's straight.
Is there an infatuation though, like with Howard for
He's a
him? With
Canadian.
him?
He might. I don't know. He might. I used to say this about Aaron Spelling, that Aaron Spelling had some fruity side to him. That he was way too into, like, I need the new Elvis. I need the new James Dean. So you get
Mhm.
Luke Perry and Vincent Young. Hey, there's Marta, by the way. She just popped on. Welcome, Marta. Good to see you in there. For Christ's sake,
Great
she knows a
broad.
lot about.
hi.
She's almost the Puerto Rican. She's the Puerto Rican Tamara in terms of pop culture knowledge. Really,
Oh,
if you
great.
heard her during the Alec Baldwin trial, she sat in on the Alec Baldwin trial. She knows
I
so
gotta
much
go
about
back
pop.
and listen to that.
It's crazy.
The lawsuit also named NBC as a defendant and alleged that the network created an environment which permitted the sexual harassment and assault committed by defendant Sanz. Last August, Jane Doe's lawyer Susan Krumiller filed a
Hey, Tonecott, that's a pretty good reference. Like, it's almost like Horatio Sanz is the John Lovitz of his time. You know what I mean? Like, any attention he would get from, he's almost on the show. His whole goal probably is to get on the show so I can have women even pay attention to me. Like, right? It's almost like that's the goal. Like, forget about comedy, forget about anything else that you would do, anything artistic. I just need women to pay attention to me, and that's my sole goal to get on the show.
Hey, Arm, before you continue, I had a question like Autobot has, I see in the chat. What's digitally penetrating? What's
Fingers.
that mean?
Index fingers.
Oh,
Pushing
digit.
your
Got it. Digit.
disgusting. I know it's disgusting, isn't it?
Okay, got it.
I think it's this art. Yeah, John K. from Ren and Stimpy, Tonka. That's a good reference. Teen Girls. Well, there's a lot of Dan Schneider in this too, right? Who we just did with the
Yes.
Nickelodeon stuff. What Dan Schneider did is kind of on the level of this, and he's at it. He has been kicked out of show business 10 times over. This is just as bad. I mean, it is. It's grooming and gotten. This is all we know about. Who knows what we missed over the years?
Oh, behind it, yeah. Yeah.
a motion seeking permission from the court to file an amendment to the lawsuit with new details and allegations. The court had not ruled on that motion when the case was settled last November, with the defendants making no admission of wrongdoing.
Okay, did you hear that? Saturday Night Live, she had a receipt. She has text exchanges with him admitting to it. So Saturday Night Live couldn't even say, "Oh, we're gonna throw money at you to make it go away," but we did nothing wrong. They did not take it back. They're not denying it. They did it. This is even worse. They did it. They're not even denying it. And that 50th anniversary, there's Horatio Sanz. This Fallon's still on. It's crazy. This isn't bigger. I cannot believe this isn't bigger.
But remember, Horatio Sanz didn't have a big presence at the 50th. He smiled for a few cameras, and then they put him in the back somewhere.
Yeah, but Tamara, would you go to it? I mean, Dennis Miller wouldn't go to. That's like saying like a neocon Fox News hand puppet is more of a pariah than an actual statutory rapeist. Like Dennis Miller wouldn't go because him and Victoria Jackson don't want to get in the conversations with Tina Fey and but
totally
but
get
he
what
does
you're
go.
saying, but yes, because what is he in? What attention is he getting? He's not in anything. And this little attention being part of this group is all right. Yes, I can go, and no one will remember this because remember, our attention span is 2 minutes now.
Yeah, but Tamara, I'm talking about at the party at the show itself. He goes in there. Don't you run the risk of somebody coming up to him? Horatio, I knew, Jesus.
No one's going to say
that can't be true.
anything.
That can't be true. I don't know. I would be terrified. I would be terrified that would come up if I were him.
Yeah, he doesn't
It shows
care.
how bad things are that they know they can turn up.
remember, I think the biggest controversy was what is it? Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds, and
He was
that
there,
other
right?
guy.
Right.
Right. That was the biggest attention of the night, was
Well,
having all
Scarlett
these,
Johansson was in the same crowd.
Yes. That was the
And they
biggest
had that
attention.
horrible breakup with fucking. By the way, Ryan Reynolds. I want to say this. I've been thinking about this for years, and I'm taking credit for it. I used to say the first time I saw Ryan Reynolds, I said, "Is he trying to do a Jim Carrey impression? Like, what is this? What is he doing?"
That's great.
So I saw this
Yeah.
article the other day, and it said that he screamed and stormed off a set. I can't remember what set it was, because the director said to him, Ryan, cool it with the Jim Carrey. Use your own personality.
That's great.
And so he got so. Yes, I've been saying that for years. He's
'Cause he
obviously
knows.
Canadian. He's Canadian, right? Jim Carrey was a legend coming out of Canada, right? Everybody wanted, and he's young. He's at least a decade younger than Jim Carrey, where he probably idolized him and he stole his whole personality.
Yeah, he does
Deadpool
the
is Jim
goofy-
Carrey. Deadpool is
Yeah.
Jim Carrey.
That's
I
good.
could
That's a
totally
good
see
one.
that,
I'm
yes.
impressed with that.
Yes.
And I
I've
love
been
Blake
thinking
Lively.
that for years.
A spokesperson for NBC says the organization denied Jane Doe's allegations against the company and asked the court to dismiss the case.
Friends of the court.
The parties have since resolved the matter and moved on.
You do not throw money. I'm sure she got. What do you think she got? 8 figures, guys.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You do not throw that kind of money at someone if you think you're innocent. You don't. You don't.
Correct.
And especially run the risk of that Jimmy Fallon is dragged into this, and he should be, and he's every bit a part. He didn't do that, but he trafficked it, and he is an accessory to it, without a doubt. When you see this,
Sanz's lawyers said he continues to deny all allegations.
of course,
In her first
she has him in text admitting to it, and now he's denying it because it hit the fan, and it's so crazy. It's so crazy.
television interview, Jane Doe talked about the case and gave ABC News photos from her time as an SNL superfan who, at the same time, she says, was in an inappropriate relationship with Sanz, who she says groomed and later molested her. I don't want be here. According to the complaint, on the night of the alleged assault, Jane Doe attended 2 SNL after-parties. She remembers the first party being a star-studded event.
Did you guys see all the pictures of her in the article in ABC where it's all blurred? She's blurred out.
Yes.
And her and Horatio
There's
Sanz are in
so
the
many.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's
So
all.
many. That's what's so scary about it. Because you think
She
she's
has-
making this up.
She has all her
And-
receipts. There's Horatius
and
now. Horatio
remember-
Sanz, welcome.
And remember, the first SNL party is always the star-studded one. And
Right.
I don't know if you aware, Lorne Michaels has a hierarchy at these
Yes,
parties.
it's like yes, I do know that. Yes.
Okay.
It's like a velvet rope kind of thing where it's like Steve Martin, Paul McCartney, and Mick Jagger are here, and then it's like you can't get near them. It's that, yeah. It's like
If
a
you're
typical
B-list, C-list, you're not
Yes.
going to be anywhere near them. Yes.
high school with money. It's the very
There you
definition
go.
of high school
There
with
you
money.
go.
She rode to the first
At my table, it's Paul, it's Steve, it's Paul, it's Mick, and it does that.
party in a limousine.
Lorne Michaels, the way to get hired on that, you have to kiss Paul Simon's ass. You have to say, you have to say all the fucking basic bitch dinosaur rock taste. You have to say you love the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, and Paul Simon, and he'll hire you on the show.
How's the football? John, you should just interview me about sports and
How's he-
basketball, and you would just be in hysterics if you asked me to define this, define that. I'd be like, well, it's a basketball hoop ring that the ball goes through, and it has this material hanging from it for some reason.
In your defense,
why does it need the material hanging from it when the ball is just going to go through the
Yeah.
ring?
try playing basketball
you
out
could,
of net.
You
It's
could
the
have
worst.
a fun show.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just mess
Yeah.
with me.
I got to a point where I refused to play basketball without a net. Like if we were just at a park, if there was no net, I just went home. Like, dude, we have 9 guys. You got to play. Nope, I'm not playing without a net.
But
I got so snobby. I need the closest thing to an NBA experience as I can get. I cannot deal with.
I was going to say, in New York, isn't it half of the courts don't have nets in them?
Yeah, these
In New
idiots
York?
take the nets down. I don't know why you would take a net
The
down.
nets probably rot with the weather.
No, they take them down,
water,
Bond. They're
all
so
that.
stupid. These morons. They take them.
Yeah, I would like the
so
net
stupid.
because the net doesn't do anything, does it?
No, it's an optics, an aesthetic, and it's the sound of a swish.
Yes.
The
I
ball
like-
going through the
yeah,
net,
you-
and you can't even tell when the ball goes in without the net. half the time.
Yes.
Can you hear the swish?
Yes.
If you're
Yes.
throwing it on your own. Wow.
In
This is huge.
welcome Zersky and Bon Jovial's defense, guys. In Europe and Australia, they say match instead of game, whether it's soccer or Spain. Or
yeah.
They don't say game; they say match for everything.
Oh.
Because I
Yeah.
have this this NBA old school game dealer, and instead of games, I'll say Supersonics Trailblazers 1990 match instead of game, and I'm like, all right, I don't say anything, but that's what they. So anywhere that's not America, they'll say match.
A match. Yeah, I
with
thought
Sanz.
yeah.
Jane Doe said
Tennis
that
match.
she, then 17, and Sanz sat at a central booth as SNL cast members walked by and spoke to them. Horatio had his arm around me during the whole party. It was this really positive experience for me at the time because I thought, he was going to be my boyfriend or something. She told ABC News. Afterward, Jane Doe said she and Sanz left that party and relocated to an after party at a loft downtown at Tracy Morgan's invitation.
So that's what Tamara hipped me to this, right? I was looking for audio of him talking about it. I can't quite find it just yet. I'm gonna still look, but Horatio Sanz himself verified Tracy Morgan's role in this, and I have a video of that after this.
However, she said that after party was categorically different. Everyone refers to it as the Tracy Party, Jane Doe said. In his memoir, I Am the New Black, Morgan.
Tamara, did you read his memoirs?
I did read it before we talked about this story. I read a lot of documentary. I listen to a lot of documentaries and read what do you call it? Biopics, yeah.
Yep.
Or memoirs.
Yep.
Yes.
Some people can pull off memoirs, and some people can. I remember Alec Baldwin going, one day I'm going to have to chronicle this away in my memoirs. He's the perfect memoir guy, him saying memoir.
Wrote about a party thrown by his acquaintance.
Yeah, Horatius. Tracy Morgan actually says baby arm in the Howard interview.
However, she said that after party was categorically different. Everyone refers to it as the Tracy Party, Jane Doe said. In his memoir, I Am the New Black, Morgan wrote about a party thrown by his acquaintances, describing the space as an illegal strip club, where some attendees could drink and engage in sexual acts.
So Horatio Sanz admits in this audio I'm going to show you that they brought in prostitutes to this party at this 15-year-old's going to. So she's there, and they brought in pros, and it's a
court document alleges that it was the same party Jane Doe attended. Jane Doe says that after continuing to receive alcohol from Sanz at the after party, they started kissing. But when more members of the SNL cast entered the party, she says she asked Sanz to stop. I kept saying to him, I feel weird. Can we go somewhere? We should leave. I don't want to be here, she said. Jane Doe alleges that Sanz refused and repeatedly encouraged her to continue. Now
let me reiterate this. Horatio Sanz is like, he was called upon, almost his role. It's almost like he stayed on the show, that he didn't get fired for laughing and butchering every sketch and giggling through it, because he was organizing the after party. That was his role on the show. So
wouldn't you just get sick of that, an after party each week as the cast? Wouldn't you just be like, I don't want to go this week?
I don't know. You see, I think it's like what Tamara said before. I think it's so stressful, that show, and they make it unnecessarily stressful, that you're blowing off steam. You cannot wait to actually do something fun, that you're just constantly stressed out. And that becomes like almost bigger than the actual show. Like, you don't even, and what if you're not on the show? Like, there's so many cast members that just can't get on, right? What do you do? You go, all I have is the party at that point.
John, they're getting on to you in the chat about the basketball. Barbara wants to know what you think about the chain net.
The chain net's cool. It's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. I don't mind the chain net. I find that the rims, as a rebounder, the rims at the park are way tighter than a typical rim in a gym or whatever. So there's more rebounds. But the rebounds go long because the rim's so tight. So the pussy's got the rebounds like 16 feet out. And I find that you have to account for the wind. I just don't like playing outside. It's bad on your knees. The dimensions are wrong. It's not 94-50. I can't stand that. And so I'm a small power forward, and I don't excel in a small court because it's too condensed. I need room to operate, to use my hand-to-hand combat, and it doesn't work for me. I hate playing outside. I just hate it.
Thank you.
According to the lawsuit, Sanz groped her breasts in front of everyone. Jane Doe said that some SNL cast and crew members looked on and laughed.
So they're watching her get groped by Horatio in this booth, and they're laughing at it. Knowing just full well accomplice, like especially Jimmy Fallon. Full well.
The most traumatic part of it because they were my role models, she said.
Yeah, there's this huge pause here.
According to the lawsuit, someone eventually came over to the pair and said, "Are you serious?" In the proposed amendment to the lawsuit.
How much you want to bet that was Tina Fey?
Mm-hmm.
Came over and said, "Are you fucking serious?" She just does not. She does not strike me as the type that would go along with boogie with that at all. There's just nothing. That's just my guess that it's like Tina Fey, because she has enough like juice on the show that she could come over there and go, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah, I want to know.
She's kind of a feminist.
And wasn't he married during this time? Wasn't Horatio married?
I don't think so. I don't. It's Tracy Morgan might have been.
Oh yeah, he was married, but I believe Horatio Sanz is married. Let me look it up.
You can look it up. I don't know if I'm the ballpark, the years is about 2000, 2001. It's right around 9/11. Anything on it?
Jane Doe says Sanz then escorted her out of the party and went with her in a cab so she could get a train home. She says she passed out drunk on the way.
So if you're not from here, New York, if you're not from the tri-state area, you said the train home. So what happens in Manhattan, right? Let's say take Madison Square Garden, where all the trains kind of converge on this. So you have the Long Island Railroad, which goes to all through Nassau and Suffolk County, and there's different lines north and south, and you have the Jersey Path train, and then you have the Connecticut train. So she could be going to and then you can be going upstate. So those four places are kind of where people would day trip in. She's going to this part and then going home in let's say it's Long Island. So he's throwing her on a train the trains don't run, let's say 6:30 in the morning to go home after all this. She's not even staying there.
The cab came to
talk about walk of shame.
A halting stop, and the stop woke me up. And he was on top of me, Jane Doe told ABC News.
So as he's taking the cab, he's taking her to, let's say, Penn Station. The cab at fucking 6:30 in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, comes to a screeching halt, as they always do. And then he uses that as almost like Frank Costanza's move, where he thinks, "That's my move." He decides to dry hump her because the cab stopped. That's his way to, in the cab.
According to the lawsuit, a friend recalled Jane Doe telling her about the incident, saying, "I remember Horatio once trying with you." 20 years later, she remembered me saying to her, "Oh, I'm so glad I wore pantyhose, 'cause it stopped the action from happening," Jane Doe said. Jane Doe did not say that intercourse was part of the alleged assault.
Yeah, Alec Baldwin's the big one, Tomcat, right? Him going to the Saturday Night 50th with the Helena Hutchins thing is now that is hubris. That is just Darvo. So he does not think he did a thing wrong. That is every bit of narcissism and hubris, and he can't stand to be away from this. Just like Jimmy Fallon, like there's not a statutory R.I.P in sight could stop Jimmy Fallon from getting in front of a camera around celebrities.
Days after the alleged assault, Jane Doe posted on her fan site that she would no longer be keeping up with SNL. But according to the lawsuit, she stayed in contact with Sanz and attended a few more after-parties as his guest. She said she used drugs at those parties and was served alcohol even though she was underage. Eventually, she stopped attending the parties as her college years began. First visits. Jane Doe says the first time she met any SNL cast member was at a book signing hosted by Jimmy Fallon in
1999. Jimmy Fallon has a book deal. It's his first year on the show. Who's giving him a book deal unless it's Lorne Michaels in a stupid pyramid scheme? Why does he have a book out? Who even knew who he was at that time? What? And she's going to the thing, and it's
1999. That same year, she created the fan site around SNL and its cast members. Jane Doe provided photos of the book signing event to ABC News Nightline. A year later, she began going to live tapings of SNL, and at the first show she attended, she says she met both Fallon and Sanz. Had instant chemistry the first time that we met, Jane Doe told ABC News. She was 15 at the time. In hindsight, it was totally inappropriate. It was totally disgusting. For him to be gently touching me in certain ways, like his hand on the small of my back, or just like letting his fingers linger a little bit longer. Jane Doe said she continued going to tapings of the show, picking up tickets in the standby line and chatting with cast members who would come by before the show. She said that at one point her fan site was hacked, and she soon...
Do you guys know the Chris D'Elia story? Basically the male Whitney Cummings. He's a stupid poser. The way he got famous was Justin Bieber liked him, and so he took him on tour. And so this Chris D'Elia was doing this to every day, grooming underage girls on Instagram, and they would in each city and stuff, and they all got together and they busted him with the DMs and stuff. And this is just like that. It is astonishingly similar to this. So there's a story that he took a 16-year-old to a diner, and Whitney Cummings is there with someone. She's like, "Who the hell?" She's like, "They get." And I guess a joke between them was like they get younger and younger every time he comes in. So that's just so reminds me of that. If you get a chance, Red Bar, the great Red Bar, Mike Red Bar, who has started this whole shit on other comedians and other podcast thing that everyone does now, has a 10-hour thing on Chris D'Elia.
Received an email from Fallon encouraging her to stay positive and complimenting her website. She says Fallon included a PS message from Horatio Sanz.
You know what's interesting about Jimmy Fallon? I don't know why I know this. He's apparently a computer science major in college, so he's probably like internet savvier than anybody else on the show. He did a recurring character named Nick Burns, the company computer guy, which is actually a good character. I got to give him that. And it's just that the arrogant techie that knows more about computers than you do at your office, and you're Beth, and you can't open a Word document. So I think that he had a leg up, no pun intended, here as well, because he was so internet savvy at a time when nobody else was. So he could, Horatio Sanz was showing Jimmy Fallon the DIMs to her as they're going back and forth, with deviant,
"Hey Jane,"
shit.
It said. "You did a great website, so don't worry about those losers."
I bet you Sean Combs was at the Tracy Morgan party, Barbara. I guarantee he was. He's hosted the show. He was a musical guest. He guaranteed he was there.
"You are cool." Doe says she does not have a copy of the 20-year-old email exchange.
Yeah, the Tarantino thing.
"I already thought that he might sort of have a little crush on me, because when he and Jimmy emailed me, he told me I was so cool in all caps with 20 exclamation points," she said. In August of 2001, Jane Doe says she was contacted by a friend who had been messaged by someone on AOL Instant Messenger claiming to be Sanz. The friend asked Jane Doe...
Okay, remember this name, Marble Chomper. So let's make up another name, Marble Chomper 02, and we'll contact Horatio Sanz on Twitter or wherever he is. We'll make up a new name. I'll be Marble Chomper 02. And we'll contact Horatio Sanz and see what he does. Watch how fast you get blocked.
To confirm that the person using the screen name Marble Chomper was indeed Sanz.
Welcome,
The
Joni.
lawsuit alleges that after Jane Doe messaged Marble Chomper and confirmed that it was the comedian, Sanz asked her to keep their communications a secret. According to the lawsuit, the message read, "It's me, the real deal. Don't tell anybody. Promise. According to Jane Doe, she and Sanz began instant messaging frequently, so much so that Jane Doe said she would message Sanz on AIM as soon as she got home from school each day. The lawsuit alleges that in the messages, Sanz steered conversations to discuss sex, sexual experiences, sexual activities, sexual fantasies, masturbation, and Sanz's instruction of Jane Doe in sexual acts.
Tendrils, that's a good question. They call security and all cast members to show up to the after party. Apparently, Chauncey has been to a few of these. It's a weird invite there. If you get to go on, YouTube might have it. I know Instagram did. There are some good sleuths out there who find out where the after party is, and they kind of shoot the people walking in and out of the party, and they get, whatever, 1:30 in the morning. And if you go on in, you'll find a bunch of these, like recently, like in the last 5 years, where people are out there and they're filming the various people walking in and out of it. And it's an interesting who's who of people who don't deserve to be there, or they have nothing to do with the show whatsoever.
Yeah. Old cast members do show up at the after party.
Yep.
Now, where they're placed, that's where the goodness comes, because you don't know if they're at the A table or if they're at the B list, C list table. I read that somewhere.
I did too.
He would use humor in our conversations to steer things in a sexual way, Jane Doe said. And I was like, oh, I'm cool. I'm gonna go along with a joke about D case. And we would riff about sexual things. Jane Doe was not able to provide any sexually explicit instant messages.
Let's do this again. Horatio's 32 and she's 15 as this is going. Just give you a little frame of reference.
From when she was a minor, telling ABC News the hard drive she kept them on got refurbished in 2004, which may have deleted them. According to the complaint, Sanz would also repeatedly ask Jane.
Yes, Sky Specter's right. All of us girls have been groped or worse.
Yes,
or something.
I agree with that.
Not at 15 by a 32-year-old. That's a whole other level of that.
Well, John, I will say I have been groped. I developed pretty early in life, so I would be at different events.
Same here.
Feel the pervs touch you or talk to you. I knew there were guys that were talking to me who were older than my dad, but they were still going for it. So,
well, Sky Specter. I mean, you're right. Sky Specter's right. I mean, so now you think back. Now, a lot of these girls are now galvanized by this, for lack of a better word, and they say, "Oh shit, I was being groomed. I had no idea, because you're just naive. And who's thinking about the word groom? I didn't even know I didn't know what the word was until 10 years ago. And groom, what does that mean? Groom? You think it's there's no, so all that stuff, and what guys are up to, and guys thinking with their schwanzes, it's a real thing, and it's all, so here it's a whole other level because you're using fame at the same time.
Correct.
So it's even more wicked along with it, fame and glamour and the whole thing.
For photos of herself.
Yeah, thanks, Horatius and Huck Finn. If anybody gets a chance, go. I think it's still on Red Bar's Crystalia saga. It's like 10 hours. This guy is Red Bar's. I think he's one of the most talented, YouTube podcasters that ever. He's been doing this for 20 something years, and Crystalia is his number one target. He hates all the people in the Roganverse. Those are his top targets, and he takes them out one by one. Crystalia is his number one target. Crystalia's thing was so bad that Rogan won't even have him on anymore. And he was a very regular guest on Rogan. And even, what's his name? Brian, what's Brian's, his friend Brian's last name? He actually was away from the show for a while, and he finally had him back on. He was on Mad TV. I'm blanking on his name. Yeah, Melvin's right.
Eventually, after sending several conventional photos to Sanz, Jane Doe said that she sent a photo with a low-cut shirt to appear sexy. Part of the in crowd. SNL afterparties have been an infamous staple of the variety show since the 1970s and 80s. After the show ended each week, the cast, crew, and other invited celebrities would go to a venue to blow off steam and party. The after parties sometimes followed the after party, and they would often start at 4 a.m. when the after-party was over. On a 2015 episode of Kevin Pollak's Chat Show, an online talk show, Sanz said that he was the one who resurrected the after parties.
So I went and found that, and it tells you everything you need to know. I was amazed how little attention that got on YouTube. I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh, this thing must have exploded after this ABC News piece came out. There's 15 comments on the entire thing. It's like nobody, I couldn't believe how little attention it got. It's crazy. The only one comment, one guy wrote, "This is called Exhibit A," and that's it. That's it. And there's nothing else. I thought it would be great.
That's good.
In the early 2000s. Because I had heard about the legendary parties of the 70s, I wanted to bring that back, he told host Sam Levine. That go all night thing. That raw kind of chaotic situation. So that's what I was trying to bring to the show. In her complaint, Jane Doe says she went to her first after-party when she was 16. She recalls being in the basement of a bar and claims that even though she had no ID, she was still served alcohol. In photos first provided to ABC News Nightline, Jane Doe can be seen with multiple cast members at the time, including Rachel Dratch, Tina
Yeah, we're gonna look at the pictures after this.
Fey and Tracy Morgan. At one such party, Jane Doe said Jimmy Fallon introduced her to SNL creator Lorne Michaels. Jimmy Fallon introduced me to Lorne Michaels by my first and last name, and reminded Lorne Michaels what my website was, Jane Doe told ABC News.
So Lorne Michaels, of all people, he's like 75 at the time, going, he doesn't even flinch. He's fine with this. He thinks he's Yoda with career advice for all these guys, and he's giving them advice about how to date and age and stuff. He's fine with this. Nothing goes off in his head. His kids are all like older than this girl or younger or whatever.
Right.
Same age. And he doesn't even flinch. He's fine with it. And Lorne, thank God he was dragged into this. But it didn't go anywhere.
No.
And they're all guilty. They're all guilty. It's not even a question, right, Elaine?
I hate men, but I'm not a lesbian.
Classic.
As she grew closer to Sanz, Jane Doe said Sanz positioned himself as a mentor and an older brother figure. Jane Doe continued going to the after-parties and attended a few after parties, usually as a guest of Sanz.
Brian Callen, thanks, Autobot.
She said that before she was allegedly assaulted, she found the after-parties remarkable. It would be filled with celebrities and just people having fun and having a good time and everyone like really letting loose, she said. I remember parties where all of a sudden they're going to sing live. And it's Jimmy Fallon and Dan Aykroyd or someone and they're playing music live for everyone at a little bar.
Can Jimmy Fallon ever just sit back and be?
No.
Always have to be the primary fucking spam ham in all these scenarios.
Yes.
Tamara, did you hear the story at was it the 40th party that he jumped in front of Prince?
Yes,
when Prince was
I read
performing,
that. Yes.
and they could get him down. It was like such a rare thing to have Prince performing at this.
You don't get anywhere near. You don't jump in front of Prince when he's playing guitar or whatever. Come on.
He wasn't
What a
invited.
dick.
He thought that he needs to get in front of fucking Prince.
Don't you?
Right.
Like the first thing you learn about being cool is
He's the opposite
you
of
just
cool.
lay back like
Yeah.
Depp does. You never jump around. You just like chill, and then
I
you're
feel
cool.
like
It's easy.
Yeah, I feel like he wants stories to tell. I was on the stage with Prince. Who
Yeah.
does that? Look at what I'm doing. I feel like that's him. That's him.
He with Fallon. I'm trying to think. Fallon.
That would be really healthy for me. Prior to the alleged assault, Jane Doe says that for years, she had wanted to go to New York University and apply to be an intern for SNL.
Yeah, that's the big cliche tri-state, try hard tri-state, try to get. It's so many cliches in there. I don't know where to start. I'm going to go to NYU, which is a really expensive school. I'm going to intern in SNL. I'm going to get the job I want. I'm going to be the perfect intern. You have to be. One of the things that passing now is like to be an intern, you have to be rich, and that's why it's good that interns are getting paid now, because it levels the playing field. You're born on third base anyway. If you're like super wealthy, you're getting these intern jobs that are not available to lay people and plebeians. And someone like her, in her mind, she has this whole, SNL schematic set up where I'm gonna, and in a way, it's kind of like super cringy because she just has this massive sense of entitlement before she's even in college.
But she says she ultimately opted
No talent or skills to back it up.
to attend college away from New York City to distance herself from the show. Although she says freshman year went well for her, Jane Doe says she was still messaging Sanz frequently. By sophomore year, Jane Doe said her mental health was declining and she had started detaching herself from her friends and smoking weed in her room constantly. Her depression got so bad that at one point she contemplated suicide, she said. I went to the store one day to get a rope to hang myself, but the hardware store was closed, so I just got ice cream and candy and ate as much as I could. I'm really glad that hardware store was closed that day, she said. As her depression continued to worsen, Jane Doe said she suffered a drug-induced psychotic break and was hospitalized. The lawsuit alleges that this was a result of the ongoing intense shame and damage plaintiff suffered due to the sexual conduct by Sanz.
Yeah, Rick the electrician's right. There's this weird thing too. I guess it's double standard. Like this insane deluge of female teachers with statutory R.I.P with a 15-year-old boy and it's just like this sort of, we don't take it as seriously, do we? Every day there's new one.
Yeah, we don't. The law does, but we don't.
We don't.
And it's the last 10 years, 5 years.
And the crazy thing is the females aren't just single. A lot of them are married or have
They're married.
Partner. Yeah, and they're still doing this.
What do you think psychologically, Tamara, that is? Are they trying to stay young? Have they been arrested development in a way, the teachers, where they think they've now brainwashed themselves into thinking they're the same level as the kids they teach?
I believe in that, and I also believe it's the attention that they don't get at home.
Yes.
Or you're not getting enough of it. And now you've got this 15, 14-year-old staring at you like, you're so hot. Oh my God. I would do this. I would do that.
Yes.
And you're not getting that at home.
How many times do you think the female teacher goes home to their husband and brags about the ogling they've gotten from the students to the husband to make him jealous?
Oh, yeah. Well, that would be a good tech. That would freak me out if I was the husband.
My whole family are teachers, so I don't believe my sister ever did that to my brother-in-law. But I know it goes on. She's not the type, but that goes on.
Oh, I'll tell you, my friend's a teacher, and he told me years ago, that he teaches like year 7, year 8 students, and he said the girls will he's trying to teach, and they'll open their legs under the desk wide.
Yeah. Do you know the story behind
skirt, and he's got to like look away, obviously, and he's like, it's not funny, it's fucking freaky, and it's really fucking dangerous.
Bond, do you know the story behind Sting and Don't Stand So Close to Me?
Oh yeah, that's
what you're describing. That's the song. That's the premise of the song.
Oh, the teacher, yeah.
He was a teacher. He was an English teacher, I think, before he was a musician.
It's crazy.
Gordon Sumner.
But
if you go
ahead, Tamara. Go ahead, Arm. I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
No, you go.
I was going to say, Rick the electrician, I'm reading the comments, and he's saying it's always the man's fault. That's not true. Some women want more attention than what their man is getting. Some women, it's just not enough, and they're like, "Oh, I got somebody else staring at me." It's not that. I just think that they're insecure within themselves, that they're using a young boy or girl to get that attention from. It's not always
Rick being sarcastic, though. He might have been.
I don't know, but I just saw that and I was like, wait a minute. But yeah, and it's not just female teachers. There's male teachers that abuse the power as well. They do it as well.
They try to act like women don't get horny. That's what they want to, that's what they want us to.
That's what they want to
believe.
And
it's not true. It's the same. Yes. They get horny. So yeah.
I think also too, when the way they present it, you're hitting on them, and the woman thinks, oh, I don't want to crush this kid's, so I'm gonna flirt back, because it's gonna, it'll make him look like, oh, this kid's he's got low self-esteem as it is, so I'm going to flirt back, and eventually that morphs into something else. It's really, I would think now, and again, I don't know if there's any teachers in the chat or people. How bad do you think does the vetting process, and I know it's hard to get teachers now, but
Yeah.
the whole thing now is about that. Like when you go interview for a teaching job, how much you want to bet 75% of the interview is about this? The inappropriate student-teacher relation. It's the whole thing now. They have it all covered. Everything. They don't want to get sued. It's all about suing the school district. How much you want to bet most of what you deal with now is a new
It's in the
teacher.
contract though, John.
Yep.
Like when you sign the contract, there's going to be a huge
Yes.
section,
Agreed,
pages and
yes.
pages about that. So yeah, it might just be in the contract. So
But I think it's worse now than ever. Like it's now because
And a lot of
Yes,
the
probably.
teachers
so
are
prominent.
younger. A lot of them are younger that's going into the profession now.
Yep. If you saw
Oh,
a
and it's getting
22-year-old teacher walk into your school, you're not going to even know that they're going to seem like a peer of yours.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even hire them. How about that? If I were a principal, if I were a superintendent, I wouldn't even hire you until you were fucking 27.
Oh, they need them though. There's
I know,
teacher
but you can't.
shortages.
It's not. It's a disaster waiting to happen all the time. You're not even, you know what I mean? You're not even mature yourself yet.
During this time, Jane Doe said she was still communicating with Sanz and occasionally saw him in person.
Halsey says, I don't think anyone knew about it, Armand and her. Yeah, so Halsey, who follows all this stuff, didn't even know about this. People don't even, I mean, Horatius, for Christ's sake, doesn't even know his namesake was involved in this.
I have saved journal entries where I talk about, if I can just go 20 days without instant messaging, that would be really healthy for me, she said. Jane Doe says that she tried to talk to Sanz about the alleged assault on several occasions during their ongoing conversations, but he
So she has all these texts and DMs saved, IMs. This is when, like, so she has all her receipts. If you think she's making it up, she knew, she was definitely savvy enough because she's of the age where she grew up with computers. You know, she didn't have to learn it like Horatio Sanz did. So she knew to say, and it was probably precious to her to save all these exchanges with not just Horatio Sanz, with Jimmy Fallon, with whomever probably walked into their office talking to her. So she saved all this shit, as one would.
Yeah,
dismissed her questions every time.
Go ahead, Bon. I'm sorry.
Now they've paid her off, and she can't show them. See how?
Yeah.
Oh my
It's
God,
just
Barbara!
money.
I was on Prince. Prince wanted me on. Prince, I'm playing with Prince. I'm playing with Prince. I sang Purple Rain with Prince. That's what he does, and everyone's just like, fuck. Could you imagine? Like, and they have to go, Jimmy, that's great. Get off the fucking stage.
And she says she had no idea.
Go ahead, Bon. I'm sorry.
He's another one like Howard, where if I saw him, you know, strange, like if he was in Australia and I was out somewhere and I go, oh, look, it's Howard Stern across the road, or Jimmy Fallon, I would never dream of walking over to talk to them.
Yeah. Now I would. I
Like
mean,
I'd-
it's certainly not now. Like, I just thought it's
Oh,
at
but
this
Jimmy
age, at this
Fallon
point.
years ago, I would have just gone, oh, that guy's such a dick. It's like if I
Yes.
saw Kimmel, I'd just be like, oh, look, there he is. Fuck off, please.
My cousin and I saw him passed out on the sidewalk in around this time, 2001. My cousin and
Jimmy
I go
Fallon
out.
or
Yeah,
Kimmel?
Jimmy Fallon was passed out with his hand
Ugh.
between his legs on the sidewalk, drunk. And I
What
go,
is that? That's
yeah, my cousin and I.
that's so
Wow.
fucked up.
23rd and 2nd Avenue, some bar. He's outside on the sidewalk, passed out.
Jesus.
23rd and 2nd Avenue. I'll never forget it.
How long ago was this?
This was 01. This is right around the same time as this.
Jesus.
Corey Haim and Corey Feldman, the perfect example of what show business does to people. Those guys from the left. Yeah, you're
Oh,
right,
yeah.
Housie. You're right.
Oh,
Yeah.
talk-
Do you want to get on
Oh,
Sarah's good side, Bon? Talk about nothing but Corey Feldman. God, she is
I love Corey
choreography.
Feldman. Dream a Little
She-
Dream. That's his best movie.
People don't realize you love Christian Slater. That's your favorite
I love
actor.
Pump Up the Volume. That was iconic movie.
Have you seen
Most
Mr.
people don't
Robot?
know about it. Yes, but I had to stop watching it because I didn't understand what was going on after
I haven't
that
seen it
third
yet.
season. I couldn't understand it at all.
I heard they're cyber Robin Hoods. Like apparently they steal from
Oh
the rich.
fuck, man! You'll love the first
Yeah.
the first two seasons. It's the first season. I was just going, oh my god, this is the best shit Christian Slater's ever done. But then it just got so full on. that-
I think your attention span got away. I think you were distracted by something. I think you need to go back and watch it again. I think you should give it another try. And I'm saying this, and I
you
haven't
haven't
even seen
watched it. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
such a smart ass.
Idea what Sanz was doing in private while they were chatting online. If you want to hashtag me to me, you have every right.
So now, cut to the next generation. Horatio Sanz says to her, "If you want to hashtag me too, you have every." So he's trying to lean into it, like she's not going to
Yeah,
go
that's
along with it.
challenge them. That's
Yeah.
what they do. They try and double down and challenge. Jesus.
I agree, Tendrils. I love Shaka Khan. I told Tamara that she was a Black Panther. Did you know that? I told Tamara
No.
this. Yeah,
Wow.
people don't know that about her.
In her lawsuit against Sanz, Jane Doe alleges that during one encounter in 2019, Sanz admitted to
Melvin says, "Arm, Jimmy Fallon has written 11 books. The first one, yeah, that's the
Are
book
you
they went. I
fucking
hate this.
kidding me?
Pessimist Guide to God damn it. And the other ones are children's books. That sounds like
Oh,
an
the
agent.
children's book. Oh,
Does that not
so
sound like an
stupid.
agent to you telling him for a cash grab? Just do kids' books. Just do kids' books. You
Does
big goldfish
everybody
brain.
have a friend who's written a kid's book? Because I've got a
Yeah.
friend who's written one and it got published. Does everybody in the chat, like, I'm wondering
Yeah.
if it's just kind of pretty common for broads who have a kid and then a couple years later they put out a kid's book.
Yes.
Does anyone in the chat know people with kids'
Fun.
books?
It's
Let me
a
know.
cash grab. It's for celebrities, right? The agent comes for them and says, just fucking write 10 words and we'll ghostwrite it for you. And
Oh, yeah.
yeah, it's a cash grab. They're whores. They can't say
You
no
look
to
at
shit.
the book, I bought the book that my friend got published, and yeah, it's like 10, 15 pages,
Yep.
big illustrated. But
The only
yeah, I
font
mean, anybody can write a kid's book.
Anybody can. The
It's
only
just
font
like
bigger than that is
Jimmy
private
wandered
parts.
down the hallway
Yep.
and then he slipped over and fell over. Luckily, Mummy was there to help him. Why? Anyway, you know what I mean. Like, Beth wrote a kid's book.
The only font, Bon, is bigger than that is private parts.
her that he masturbated
Yes.
during their conversations when she was underage. Jane Doe
Ugh.
said that in the 20 years that she had
See, what is with Canada? The best chicks. Canada is the best. Look at little Depp heads from Canada, Tamara's from there, Sunflower Drink. Canada is something about that. That is, you were made some great stuff, and that's why I cannot wait to hear you sing in French some of that song, the French Canadian part. There's something about Canadian broads.
known him.
There's coolness.
Like, look at that, Bon. Look at that. So you see the limit reached? So what you do here, I changed my VPN. Now I live in the Netherlands, and now that goes away, and I can resume. So they have a 5-minute limit on the thing, and I had to switch.
I'm
the
very
VPN.
proud of you for sorting all that out. You are very technically savvy nowadays.
Getting
Like
there.
5 years ago you weren't, and now you're doing it. You're doing it excellently. Give him a. It's time for a super chat. Someone in the chat.
You know,
for John,
Bon, everybody's
you know?
saying they love my thumbnail. Everybody loves my thumbnail. So I did the thumbnail. This is the first time. Sarah did it in the past, and she passed over her program for me
The
to do it.
baton.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
And so
cute.
I've been doing. That's my new thing. I've been doing the thumbnail now.
But you're not going to put you in. That's the
No.
problem.
No, she
I
won't do
want-
the. Yeah, they won't.
When she does you, that's epic. It's the best thing she's ever done.
She never knew that he was masturbating while they were chatting online.
Oh God. Now you have to picture Horatio Sanz rubbing one out.
That prick.
Even in
Gross.
conversations where I opened up to him that I had been hospitalized and that I had had a drug-induced psychosis, and that I was on heavy medication and, doing horribly.
He's just
He only used
desperate.
that conversation as an opportunity to steer me towards something that he could masturbate to, she said. She claims that she reached out to friends from high school about their memories of her relationship with Sanz, and one responded, "When the #MeToo movement first started, I thought of you."
Wow.
Jane Doe said after doing research on grooming, she went into a dark spiral.
Could you imagine your conversation breaker with someone when you reunite with them? Is, hey, you know this Me Too thing? Hashtag? I thought of you. I thought of you when that came up. That's the first thing. God.
Well,
When
it'll
she
validate you.
Yeah.
It'll validate you. Yeah.
Well, that's what they were saying before. I don't know if it was Sky Spectre or could have been Tendrils. What about, like, if Me Too were around, 30 years ago? Think about like what this crazy shit that some women just decided I'm moving on. I'm not gonna I'm not going to revisit this. PC23 says, my senior art teacher made a move on me. Wow.
Oh.
The avant-garde art teacher. That's a good gig in a school district. The art teacher. No, you have no homework, right? You have no papers to grade. You have but there's only one per school. That's the problem. If you become a phys ed teacher or art or music, there's only usually 1 or 2 per school. So it's much harder to get that job. I think the guidance counselor is the best job.
Realized she had been groomed, and after that she didn't leave her room for months. Susan Krumiller, Jane Doe's attorney, said that it took Jane Doe several years to come to that realization because she didn't understand what had happened was wrong. She struggled to comprehend it, and she lacked a framework for understanding, as a lot of sexual assault victims do.
Rick, it's not a one. It is not a one-way street. There are women who are completely accountable in this. But Tamara, right? The basketball groupies that follow the players around, they know exactly where the hotels are. Hey, let me go to the Charlotte Hornets hotel in Milwaukee and wait for fucking Melo Ball to come out. You know what I mean? There's that, and these players have seminars how to deal with groupies trying to get impregnated so they get a payday. Like that goes on. It's not just the guys. There's a whole underbelly of basketball wife groupies out there looking for. I think there's a term for it.
It's very, very common for sexual assault victims, especially children, to
Oh, thank you, Joni. My grandfather and mother were teachers at primary school. Sting was a geography. Oh, I thought he was an English teacher. Okay. Don't stand so close to me is based on that.
try to make sense of what happened to them, Krumiller told ABC News. She felt guilty. She felt responsible. She thought, oh, I effed up. I've known this guy for 20 years. I think of him as an old friend.
Yeah, Joni's right. Think about the teacher-student liaisons that don't get reported, right? These are the ones we know about. I bet you for everyone we know about, there's 5 we don't know about. How about that? Right? There has to be someone that are, I guess, shrewd enough where they're not even, they got away with it. And maybe this guy's been retired for 20 years. Who knows what we missed?
It's very hard to sever that connection in your brain, Jane Doe told ABC News. You're not just realizing that you have an abuser, you're mourning a close friendship. Jane Doe said that later that year she drunkenly confronted Sanz via text message. In her lawsuit she includes partial transcripts of what she says was that text exchange, and she provided screenshots of the apparent exchange to ABC News.
So she has the screenshot. She gave them to ABC News. I don't know if they're in the... Tamara, did you read the article, the ABC News one? Did they show screenshots of the text?
They did.
Okay. I'm going to scroll through that. And
let me go back. Yeah.
Dude, you groomed me, Jane Doe wrote.
She says to him, dude, you groomed me. Could you imagine? You come to that epiphany. Tamara, I love you. Sky Spectre says, keep it out of school.
To ABC.
Joni says, I've been a teacher in high school. I was so careful. I was only a few years older than my final year students. I know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
News. Dude, you groomed me, Jane Doe wrote. Do you feel differently now about being a 32-year-old man hooking up with a 16-year-old girl?
That's also a good point, Housie. Now with social media, teachers and students can easily keep it on the DL Hughley and not. There's so many ways to sneak around that and ways to get caught. The more ways there are to sneak around, there's more ways you can also get caught.
'Cause I do. Sanz, according to the text records, replied, of course. I've always felt terrible about that.
Barbara DeRush, that might be line of the night. Jimmy Fallon needs a drinking coach. My services are not available to him. What do you think about that? He doesn't deserve me as a drinking coach.
I didn't know what I was doing. I never intended to groom you.
It was so weird to
Later
see
in the exchange, Jane Doe wrote, like it would at this point be irresponsible of me not to hashtag me to you. It happened. I'm very sorry and that would suck, but it's your story, Sanz replied according to the records. Later in the exchange he wrote, I swear on a stack of improv books. I'm a different person. I was a depressed and miserable drunk. After the Tracy party.
as a drinking coach, thank you guys. Tendril says it in here, and Barbara Rush. I cannot tell you, and Tamara, I think we all agree, how tired I am of people blaming the alcohol. You're not some dirty old man. It's the alcohol's fault that made you do this, right, Jamie Foxx? Right? It's the alcohol's fault, right, Pat O'Brien?
Mhm.
It's that. Are we not? We love our booze. Are we tired of giving alcohol a bad name? What's next? You gonna blame the ice? The ice caused you to do this? Are we not tired of blaming the alcohol? I will not. That's part of my drinking coach credo. It's never the alcohol's fault. It's your fault.
Get a T-shirt made with that. Don't blame
That
the
would be
alcohol.
great. That would be great.
Put it up on the Deppening store.
Look
You
at
got to.
Benjamin. Who am I? Greg the Bunny over here. Oh my God, that Fox
Nice.
show. Holy shit. True Romance. Christian Slater is very heroic in that movie. He's very charismatic in that movie when he has the balls to walk into Gary Oldman's place. That was
I
right. You
haven't
really
watched
feel
that.
that.
I'm gonna have to watch that again. I haven't watched it since it came out, but
he
I
rescues.
remember Patricia Arquette is in that, isn't
Yeah.
she? Or is
Yes.
it?
He rescues her from
Yes.
the room. Gary Oldman plays a wigger. It's so bizarre. He has like the dreads and stuff. It's what a weird accent he had. Unrecognizable.
That was the greatest time for all those guys. They're getting in with all this Tarantino stuff and just
Yeah. What a
anything. You
cast.
could make a movie about anything, as violent, as disturbing as you want, and everybody wanted to see it. They
Yep.
just crazy.
What a
shit.
cast in that movie. What a cast. Yeah, Radio Gaga says, yeah, Fallon cheats on his wife left and right. I'm not sure how NBC kept him out of the incident. The next episode, Radio Gaga, I have the full AI did this for me again, thank you. So when Fallon had the Ellen DeGeneres thing go down with his show and all the people coming out, what a horrible place it is to work. So I have that recorded for next time. And I think Radio Gaga is spot on. She's that weird thing with Drew Barrymore, and there's no way someone who goes out every night is not cheating on his wife left and right. I agree 100%.
I really
Correct.
tried to fix what I'd done. Later, Jane Doe responded, masturbating and asking sexual questions and asking for photos isn't friendship, especially jerking off without telling your friend.
Wow.
Sanz replied, I wasn't really thinking. But I really didn't do that with others. It was a FNG big mistake. I'm very sorry. If you want to me, you have every right. A year and a half later, Jane Doe filed her suit against Sanz and SNL. In November, Horatio Sanz and NBC settled.
Can we find out what Jimmy Fallon's doing past this horrible talk show, by the way, which is so he's in a distant third in ratings, right? You don't stay on the air unless you have some deal with the devil, some Lorne Michaels fucking pyramid scheme. Stephen Colbert has 100% more viewers. He is distant third. The first thing you do is fire the person. There's no way you would stay on the air after this. Plus, you are so distant third to Fallon and to Colbert and Kimmel, and how it's crazy.
The lawsuit with no admission of wrongdoing.
Got to get rid of that fuck. I'm so sick of him.
I know. He's got to go away. He's got to go away. I know.
The moment
Got
he
so many
pops
showbiz
in,
cronies. He's got
with
too
that,
many cronies
that
who
grin
in
on his
corner.
face, like, doesn't he realize how bad that looks?
The
He doesn't look
Hamptons-
cool.
I know. We have to figure out what he's doing and we have to send all this stuff, because I don't think he does anything where Lorne Michaels isn't the boss protecting him. So we got to find a project where Lorne Michaels isn't running the show, and we have to send them all this stuff so they see this.
I don't even want
We
to
have to
know
blow
what.
up his spot. We have
I don't
to do
want to
it.
know what his fucking net worth is. I bet it's
I know.
100
I don't want to
million
know.
or
I don't want to
something.
look.
It's gonna.
I know.
I'm gonna look now, and I bet you
Don't
it's
even look.
100 million.
Don't torture yourself. Don't look.
They will in the chat. They're gonna.
Yeah,
throw
Melvin
it in. You know
already
they're
posted it.
typing.
Jane Doe no longer dreams of being an SNL comedian and says she is happy with where her life is now.
Radio
By telling
Gaga
her
goes,
story, she
I'm
wants.
currently writing a children's book about a dad who hangs out in his basement with his gay best friend and listens to 9 Inch Nails. Congratulations on the Oscar to, was it the Emmy for Trent Reznor?
To bring more awareness to child sex abuse victims. I hope that people who feel victimized might feel more empowered or emboldened or inspired in some way, she said. And I hope that even if you're someone who can't come forward with your own case, Maybe just hearing this by proxy will give you a little bit sense of empowerment.
Okay, good enough.
You're getting me closer to God.
What? What is that from? That's for Sarah?
That's closer. That's Trent
Okay.
Reznor singing. This
This
put it all because, you know.
is the actual story from ABC. So I'm going to pause it a lot just in case.
And everything is all right.
Sorry.
That's great.
Sarah, if Sarah watches, she'll love that.
I first discovered Saturday Night Live when my mom woke.
This is Jane Doe. So this is her speak. So she did this. This is a year ago, I think. Tamara,
Okay,
about
so
a year
it's
ago.
really her, and this is a real voice, unaltered. Okay.
Me up
But we
one
can't
night.
see
To,
her.
Yeah, they didn't alter her voice. I wonder why.
So she's in her 30s now.
I'll do the math for you. Ready? 10, 20, 10, 20
She might be older than, in late 30s.
For early 40s.
Wow.
Really?
Horatio Sanz is 56 now. And so
Wow.
he was 17 years older than her at the time. So that would make her like 39, 40 right now.
This is good ferreting. I'm going to make a ferret award that you all strive for
Tamara
each
was huge.
episode.
You got to
That's
give
what I'm going
Tamara
to do.
props. Tamara, because
we were going back and forth. Yeah.
Because I was going to the Rolling Stone pieces that predate this by a year. This is the finalized update version that Saturday Night Live actually NBC settled with her.
to see the band Bush on TV.
Oh, I loved Bush. God, I loved Bush. I love it.
Aren't
Does
they
this play
considered
for
like
too long?
Nirvana
'Cause I guess-
knockoffs though, Bon? Aren't they considered
Oh,
like...
of course.
Yeah.
But the songs were still good on the first album.
Right. He
And
seems
the
like a pretty
second
nice
album.
guy though, and he used to do Howard Show a lot, Gavin Ross now.
Yeah, he's losing his voice really bad. He has to lip sync for half the show now. And then the other half he sings, which is fuck. Don't do it. That's what I say.
Melvin's working on a book where Wacky Dad has 3 Foreman grills running around at the same time.
He's still
And then
back there. He's still in the form. That was, what, an hour and a half
Yeah,
ago?
he's
2
callback
hours?
Melvin.
I love him. I love him.
And then he wins
I made
an
that
auction.
video for him of your recipe.
I know. There's nothing better than when Melvin gets his props, his deserved props.
And then I think there was a sketch or something after that or before that. Immediately, I thought it was the most magical thing in the world.
Okay, the word magical, I can't listen to it anymore. After hearing Drew Barrymore say it every 5 seconds, she clearly got, like, her and Drew Barrymore, I can't hear the word magical.
Yeah, the way Drew says that
Magical.
word is...
Magical.
By the way, Sarah does a great impression of, if she comes on here, of Jennifer Garner.
Oh, really?
She did. She just slipped into it. I'm like, what? Where did that come from? It was unbelievably good.
Oh, did you see
Oh,
that
God, if she
crazy
comes on-
shit? What's that Jennifer with her mother on that morning show cooking? Has everybody seen that? Her mother's in her 90s and she's cooking with
Yeah.
Al Roker or someone. It's so weird.
Give Jennifer
so
Garner credit
weird.
though. She persevered that whole Affleck thing, and she couldn't
Yeah.
look better as a Hollywood actress, like where she was stood by him and she's strong with the kid. You know, like she couldn't look better when the dust settled on that Affleck shit.
But she keeps getting back together with him. She'll get back together with him if he's such a weird guy.
Because her
Gotta do
kids
an
are
Affleck show.
because you know her kids are going, oh, Mom,
Yeah, it's
well,
for
you
the
gotta get back.
kids.
Yeah.
It's for the kids.
90s, Jane Doe, who asked that we not use her name or show her face, became a Saturday Night Live superfan.
I went to Saturday Night Live as often as humanly possible for a teenage girl to do.
She says she had dreams of one day being on the iconic sketch show, but her feelings about SNL were forever changed, she says, because of her relationship with one of its former cast members, Horatio Sanz.
Children's entertainer.
Look at that.
Oh, God.
So he's the calculated bedhead and
Wow.
Adam Sandler fucking embryo knockoff.
Jasper Hahn, everybody. Hey there, Jimmy.
I've known this guy for 20 years. I think of him as an old friend. It's very hard to sever that connection in your brain. You're not just realizing that you have an abuser, you're mourning a close friendship.
That's true, actually. There's also the friend. That's true. I don't even think of that. You don't even think about that part of it. Tendril says in high school there was a book smart girl who would be considered a nerd who left school after getting pregnant by a teacher who ended up getting fired, and they got together. Isn't that the Andrea Zuckerman story, Bon, in 90210? Didn't she like with that guy Jesse? Like she was on the rocket ship to just like being like a district attorney or something like, and then she gets knocked up. Again, she's a 33-year-old high school senior, but nevertheless,
It's out of my range. I'm the early seasons of 90210.
you don't know Andrea
Because it all
Zuckerman?
went, you know how I know her. I'm
Okay.
talking about that story arc must be near the end of the show, right? The
No.
last couple
It
of
was
seasons.
like the bridge from season 4 or something to 5.
Yeah, it's
Something like that.
probably back when I wouldn't have watched that show anymore. I
Yeah, I
don't even
stopped
know how.
watching. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
well,
once you became 15 or 16, you couldn't watch that show anymore. No one was watching that show when they were 16, were they?
Tamara.
Like I was onto X-Files by then. I was like,
Well,
Yeah.
Steve. By the way, did you know Stephen Williams is on that, Captain Fuller, and he hates David Duchovny because they moved the show to L.A. and he put all the people out of work, the Canadian actors and crew, because David Duchovny insisted the show go to L.A.
Yes, I did know that.
Yeah,
Yes.
Stephen Williams. I'm on Stephen Williams' side about everything, and I know he's right. He played Mr. X on that show, and Tamara, you should have drew the line, and I'm going to do this for you. The Aaron Spelling shows have to be the most racist. Could you have an ensemble cast bigger than Melrose Place and 90210, and you have one black cast member, Vanessa L.
Yes.
Williams, in season
Yes, I
1.
remember.
She gets
Tamara.
fired. She doesn't even make it to season 2. She doesn't. And that's it.
testify to talk on this.
No, it was true.
Testify.
And
You've
I
got the
used to
stage.
watch. Here's the thing: back in the day, during those times, there wasn't a lot of black representation.
Not one.
So
Tamara, there's a cast of 15. They don't have one black
and
cast member.
and whatever you watch is what you watch, because we didn't have. Well, I know we didn't have cable. We couldn't afford cable and all this other stuff. So whatever was on network television, that's what you watched. And I went to school. When I went to high school, I went to a school that had different cultures. So these are some of the shows that we talked about. So of course you had to watch it. Of course you had to watch it. So you could be in the conversation with your friends and other people at the school.
Which is weird for Fox, right? Because you have 21 Jump Street, and it's the first thing they do is show diversity. You have Stephen Williams, Holly Robinson, Dustin.
Yes.
Immediately going, this is crazy. This is so racial. This is so cool. And then those shows replace 90210 replaces Jump Street, and it's the white. I mean, they completely have no notion of having a black cast member. And then Melrose Place comes along. We'll have Vanessa L. Williams because she's hot. Oh no, we can't. So they fire the first, and they never do it again. It's crazy. Those spelling shows.
They used to build the audience, you know what I mean, with black people with certain shows. And then after a while, it didn't make money, quote unquote. So they took them off.
It's disappointing because it's that Fox back then, which had, Living Color, and they Living Single was the Black Friends. And they can't have a black cast member on 90210, or it's ridiculous. And LA is very black.
Very black, yes, depending on where
It's an
you
interesting
were. Yes.
concept and discussion to try and work out how do you balance a show when you have 5 or 10 main characters so that everybody's happy?
Yeah,
Like
wouldn't you
need
want to
an
bring in the
Asian
demographics?
person,
Exactly.
you need a black person,
And then remember they started other networks like UPN. There was
and then that's when it became
Yeah.
right. That's when they pushed the black shows to UPN and WB. That's exactly right.
WB, that's
Tamara,
the other one. Yes.
Both of them.
if it's one, if there's one black person, you go, oh, token black person. Does that irritate you more than having none? That's the
a good
question.
Repeat that one more time.
If
Don,
you have
I'm
a
sorry.
token, like an Uncle Tom of the Robin Quivers of 90210.
Does that irritate you more than having no black
Well,
people?
at least they got over. For me, I looked at it as, wow, we finally got one in. Maybe we'll try to. Maybe there's another one that will come.
Wow, that's
You know
sad,
what I mean?
isn't it?
Yeah.
That is sad. Yeah.
Even the
weird.
Super Friends, Tamara, made this huge attempt. Apache Chief, El Dorado, Black Vulcan, samurai. They said we need, and it's smart, right? Because then anybody Asian is gonna watch a show for samurai. Anybody Hispanic is gonna watch a show for El Dorado. Any Indian is gonna watch for Apache Chief, and any
This is
Blackfoot's gonna watch for
cartoons.
Black Vulcan.
It's
Yes, the
cartoons.
Superfan.
Yeah.
Yes, the Superfan.
Yes, yes. Poor Bond.
Look at
Yes.
GI Joe. Look at GI Joe.
I don't.
Right. Look at how diverse GI Joe was. Quick Kick, Roadblock, Alpine, Spirit. They knew what they were doing.
Lawsuit
love
filed
it.
in
How do you
2021
remember all of
against
that?
Sands and NBC.
No, he remembers everything. He remembers everything.
I
Tamara.
know.
He
I can
remembers
barely
things he doesn't
remember
want to remember.
yesterday. Yeah.
He knows so much he doesn't want to know. That's John.
That's why I walk in the shower with socks on.
That's
Yeah.
it has to
Yes.
manifest itself some way. And wouldn't that
Yes.
be great, John, if you could just like X out all the shit from your brain that you don't want anymore?
I
Wouldn't
know.
life-
I don't
that
think I
should be a
want to,
movie.
though.
You should be the character in a movie about that, the main character. I would
I
love
used to
that.
say, my cousin and I used to talk about how your brain's a hard drive, and when you take something in, do you delete other things?
Oh, something
to
else. Yeah,
replace it?
probably.
You only have like 6 terabytes, and you're deleting things as you
That's
take
why
it in.
memories become hazy. Yeah, because they're
One of the great things about Captain America that people don't realize his character can do. So he is the super soldier serum enhances all his physicals. You could run as fast as a human could ever run, jump as high, agile, as strong as a human could be, but it's also his brain moves the fastest a human's brain can move. So it's like you're using 99% of your brain, which they say humans only use, 10% or something like that. So when you're using 10% of your brain, you could copy anyone's moves, you can learn stuff really, really fast. And we're only using 10% of our brains. I just wonder if, Tamara, do they give medications that supposedly enhance your ability to use more of a percentage of your brain?
They help your memory, but not push. They haven't gotten there yet to push more percentages.
I don't want
of
to.
your
I
brain.
don't want to get into like a big thing about it, but that's a myth.
I don't know. I don't know. Is it?
That it's a myth that
Are we smart enough to even know what
we
that
use
does?
100% of our brain. It's a myth that we use 10. I'm sorry to bring it down, the mood.
No, well,
down,
you ever
but-
notice that sometimes when you're in a desperate situation, your brain starts to move faster, and you start to pull stuff out and remember.
No,
like,
they've done tests. They've done whole tests on brain patterns and everything, and they could show that the functioning is like at 100%. When you, like what we're doing right now, we're using 100%.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope that
Somebody created that fallacy that we're only using 10% for some reason back probably in the 70s, 60s to sell a book or something.
Yeah.
Apparently. And now
Yeah,
they're
I
saying that
remember
it's
that.
not true
Yeah.
at all. It's not true at all. The brain cranks, like when you're concentrating on something, you're using 100%.
Now
But
there are
I
drugs
wish,
used for focus and concentration. You know what I mean?
Mm.
To help you zero in, like Adderall, Focalin,
Yeah,
Concerta.
Adderall's the one you
drugs
hear
like
about now.
that. Yeah.
Right. The people are like worried that they're not going to. It's a performance drug, right? They're using Adderall as a way, not as just focus, but they think that it's going to. It's almost like, is it some kind of like glorified cocaine?
yeah.
Adderall.
I hate to say
It's a
that, but yes.
dexamphetamine.
Okay.
So
All right.
it's for
It's a
ADD.
stimulant.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
stimulant.
Let's do this for a sec.
Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. You think this shit comes easily? You think Arm spends hours and hours and hours and hours ferreting because he loves it? You think David learns the theme song to Cheers live on the air for his health? And what about the Sarah man? She doesn't want to come on the show anymore, but everybody still loves her. Give her your money. What about Australia? You think it's cheap to broadcast from Australia? It costs hundreds of dollars an hour. Give us your money.
God damn. So you heard the man. Anyone who can contribute to the pirate ship, please.
I
like
love
and
you,
subscribe.
Vaughn.
That was
love
Thank
so
you,
you,
good.
Vaughn.
sweetie. I think you're
So good.
adorable. I wish
I
I could
love you,
play your
Vaughn.
song from the other week, but I
This
got
love
massive
that's
It's
copyright
okay.
problems.
Benjamin. Here we go. This is back to the
Airs SNL and settled last November. Jane claims that Sanz groomed, molested, and sexually assaulted her when she was a minor.
My 2 high school friends who had both gone to cast parties with me both said.
Just to be clear, this is ABC. And so obviously, if you're ABC, right, you want to stick it to the competitor and you're going to come at them hard. You got all this right. You think she went to NBC with this? What would they do with it if she went to NBC with this story? Would they run it? No. You think Dateline's going to run with this? Right? Lorne Michaels control, according to David and Jeff Zucker, Lorne Michaels controls NBC. So there's
Oh, wow. See, I don't know anything
Mhm.
about this. I wasn't going to comment, but now that you've said that he controls it all, that's fascinating. That's disgusting. No,
David
it's not a
said that-
free press.
Yeah,
It's not
right.
free.
Yes, when the Me Too movement first started, Jane, I thought of you and I thought of Horatio.
Jane says she created a fan site around SNL and it started.
Look at that. So that's the old font. Remember that shit like
Mhm.
GeoCities and all that's those old websites? That's kind of what some of those old Stern, not Stern Fan Network, but the one, there was another one. I forget, Stern Nation or something like that. And it looked like that.
Stars.
People sort of all over the world, you know, would send me emails and stuff. So it was like a very exciting little project that I got to do as a kid.
When she was 14,
Look at 'em.
Jane says she met one of SNL's rising stars, Jimmy Fallon.
There's the calculated bedhead. See that at the top? Yes. Yes. He sits there, takes his head, rolls it on around a pillow, and then rubs his hair so he looks like whatever Keanu Reeves happens to be doing that day.
Who often appeared in sketches on the show with Horatio Sanz.
Yeah, you're not Hanson and Penhall. You're not Hanson and Penhall. You're not the McQuaid brothers.
Give me a break, give me a break, bring me up a beat to that, take it over here.
She says she received an email from Fallon the next year praising her fan site, which included a message from Sanz telling her, "You are cool." Jane says
Look at all these documents. That'd be cool to read those. To go deep into those.
she cannot locate the original email, but recalls it well. That same year, Jane went to her first SNL show where she met Fallon again and, for the first time, Horatio Sanz.
In hindsight, it was totally inappropriate for him to be gently touching me in certain ways,
Martin,
like his
Fresh
hand on the
Prince,
small
what's
of my
that?
back, or just like letting his fingers linger a little bit longer. He sort of positioned himself as like, I'm a big brother and you're my little sister.
In the summer of 2001, Jane says she and Sanz began talking over AOL Messenger. The first messages.
Oh, there they are. So that's the actual Jesus. So I guess you could another time you could blow those up, but I'm sure they're all in the documents. That's a really I can't believe this isn't bigger. Can you guys believe this isn't bigger? It's all she has all her receipts. It's not like this is a major media conglomerate, right? She's got all her Lorne Michaels has some kind of power he wields that they buried this. Can you believe this isn't bigger? What is going
I don't
on?
remember what news was going around during this time
That could be
maybe
too, right? Someone bumped it off.
overshadowed. Yeah.
How do you talk to an angel? How do you hold her close to where you are? Fucking Jamie Walters. He became a fireman, I think.
Aren't sexual in nature. It's
Radio
me,
Gaga.
the real deal. And don't tell anybody. Promise? How old were you?
It's like trying to catch a falling star.
Real deal. And don't tell anybody. Promise? How old were you?
16.
How old was he?
32.
In the lawsuit, Jane says the conversations became more sexualized over time.
He would use humor in our conversations to steer things in a sexual way.
Jane Doe was not able to provide any sexually explicit instant messages from when she was a minor, telling ABC News the hard drive.
Yes, Barbara, there was a scene on 90210. Donna Tori Spelling was dancing at the I guess she was in college at this point. So they had a basketball player guest star, Deshaun Hardell, and he actually plays Black Lightning on the WB show, CW. And Donna's mom was this huge racist Republican, and she goes,
Oh, that's right.
She goes, Donna, I don't want you dancing with that basketball Negro. And it was this. It's the only time 90210 ever made us dance. And I remember I was horrified but laughing at the same time at how bad that writing was.
No, I'm
Donna,
sure.
I don't want you dancing. Yeah, Brian Austin Green is the closest thing we have to a black guy. He's trying to be all
True.
hip.
He came out with an album too. Yeah, I remember that.
Why isn't he getting the shit?
She kept them on, got
Why
refurbished in 2000.
Why isn't Brian Austin Green getting the shit that Corey Feldman gets online? He's just as embarrassing.
True.
I think you should turn your attention, all you dabbler, knockoff derivative son of bitches. Go after Brian Austin Green instead of fucking Corey Feldman. I've had enough of Corey Feldman.
2004, which may have deleted them.
Hold on a second. It's kind of paused. It's kind of froze on me here. Is that? Come on. You guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Something's freezing here. Maybe we could just. That's okay. We can go on to the next video. Something's wrong with that.
You know what I find funny? You know, he says, "Don't tell anyone." Isn't that what a molester says?
Yes, of course.
Say anything. You know, who says that?
But you got to remember too, his career is shot as it is.
I should just.
Right now, you compound this onto it. He thinks he's never going to work again before that stuff.
True.
So this is Horatio Sanz on the Kevin Pollak chat show, and the guy, first question he asks him is about the after parties, and none of this stuff had gone down yet with the Jane Doe, and so he starts to brag about that he is the maestro of all the after parties, and he's the party guy, and he decides. Listen to this, and so Tracy Morgan's brought into it, and everything. This is all your receipts. So I guess her lawyers were searching for shit on Horatio Sanz, and they went to this because there's not a ton on him, and this was just sitting there.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm fucked up again.
Yeah.
G-legs.
But it seems like, though, you've turned the corner, and now you want to offer that same service to people with heroin.
I'd like to help everyone I meet with a little something if I can.
You know what? That's impressive. You should be doing God's work in Vegas with Kevin.
I'm going to bring this guy, Levine, in as well, that he knows what's going on because he's bragging that he's at these parties. I'm going to bring this motherfucker into it.
I'll do my work here on Earth.
I did not realize Vegas had left us, but I accept your rationale.
Meaning I'll do my work through the internets, through the twits.
I see.
Through the Instagrams. If you're a kid out there and you have if you're a kid out there, and this is gonna sound.
I'm so jealous of you, Radio Gaga. You gotta meet up with David at some point. David's always up for a meetup in that area. He lives in, I think, West Hollywood. That's where those people live, right? West Hollywood. WeHo, yes.
Not creepy, but if you're looking at your penis right now,
It's where those people live.
Weird?
So he's talking about teen penises here.
That's right.
Not creepy, but if you're looking at your penis right now and you're like, "Is this weird? Do I have a weird penis?" I can answer questions about it.
I see.
I don't want you sending pictures of your penis.
No, the people are going to send you pictures of their penises now.
Well, I don't think they have to. Just talk to me about it.
Oh,
is this eerie?
Oh, this is supposed to be comedy as well. We're supposed to think this is funny.
But none of this Jane Doe stuff had hit yet. So he's feeling good about himself here. Like he thinks he's trying to be edgy. The mask was too diverse, too arm.
Around here, you and I, we first got to know each other on the set of the award-winning. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. The award watch.
Can't touch you like they can rub on you.
No, they can't touch you.
Them.
No,
he's talking about
every
strip clubs here.
I mean, you can't touch like. They can't touch you like they can rub on you.
No, they can't touch you.
Them.
No, well, every strip club has the rule where you can't touch them. But this one, they can't touch you.
No, but if you're a nice, cool guy, they'll let you do whatever you want.
I wouldn't know. I'm a gentleman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Right, Johnny.
Sounds like you know some really
Sometimes if you take them
women.
to Denny's, they'll give you everything.
Really?
Yeah, who's more diverse than Haji from Johnny Quest, right? PCB 23? That's true.
Is this before the dance?
And no one had any weirdness, and certainly there are people that don't like each other there, but
sure,
it was all put away, and we had a lot of fun. It was just like the biggest work party and we've had big ones. So
you sure have.
Here we go.
I know you were in charge for a long time, not the after party, but the after party.
That's right. Yeah, that was part of my job.
That was.
I wasn't paid for it, but it was a big part of my job in New York. Was having a place for us to be able to party after the after party.
Yeah. So for those who don't know the timeline, so Saturday Night Live ends its broadcast.
Tell him, Levine. Tell the lawyers the timeline for it. Please lay it out there.
At 1 a.m. And then the after party started shortly thereafter. So by about 1:30, everyone would make their way down to whatever restaurant had been rented out, usually nearby the GE building, Rockefeller Center. And
that's right. Howard's, Seinfeld, Spellings. The only thing they have in common: no black people ever on the show. We just light the menorah.
And then they hang out there till 3 or 4.
Yeah, Panda Express was the last one.
Oh boy,
we had the party at Panda Express.
That's I feel like.
And Lorne was like,
"Where's the lo mein?
I was hoping there'd be more butterfly.
Yes, I mean,
lo mein getting a lot of play on this show, huh? First I'm making it, and he's making Panda Express.
I thought maybe you got it from this.
No. It just happens to be
a
horrible company to keep.
They're all out of the spare ribs. I don't know how to.
Chevy, it's not a regular noodle.
Welcome, Theo Kojak. Well, we're glad to have you at all, Theo, even if it is 3 hours in.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So around 4 a.m., the after party would begin.
Yeah.
And how did you become assigned the ringleader of that?
Basically because I wanted to. I wanted a place for us to hang out at. And then eventually I did it as...
What better way to groom chicks than to be a party planner for this show?
Yeah.
To have access to the coolest after party in New York, yeah.
And he's thinking of this as all I'm going to do is bring in chicks. All I'm going to do is recruit chicks, and this will be my thing. I'll be, there's no better way than to appoint yourself this if you're Horatio Sanz.
Really liked it. Like the crew, they were invited every week.
Now let me ask you this. Before you, was there an after party?
No, I don't think so.
Oh my God.
There was in the 70s.
Sure. But during like the 80s and early 90s, it was like the after party.
I don't think so. And because I had heard about the legendary parties of the 70s.
Yeah.
I wanted to kind of bring that back. That
go all night thing.
That go all night. That raw kind of
Could you bury yourself anymore here? Not that this is like blatant evidence, but it is. I mean, you put 2 and 2 together and you hear what she said. All of this is true. Here he is admitting it.
It's true.
Right?
And he's implying that he knows drug dealers, all that kind of stuff. Like to have that party must be the drug party, because if you're going from 4 onwards, you got to be on drugs. So he knows everything and he's connected. And I love that he says he's doing it for free. Yeah. How hard can it be to make 5 or 10 calls? That's all he'd have to make.
Wait for this. There's more than drug dealers coming at you.
Yeah.
Chaotic situation. So,
that's
what I was trying to bring to the show.
Well, you certainly did. I mean, I had the good fortune of hanging with you and the guys at some of those.
Is it possible you could butcher as many sketches as he's butchered and stay on the show that long? And maybe the whole time you're protected because you're just throwing the after
parties.
That's all you need to do, right? That's all they care about. That's enough to keep them satisfied.
Parties. And I mean, they were mostly places that were below ground. Because when you're dealing with after hours joints, they're fully aware that the sun will be up momentarily.
Yeah.
And they don't want any of their loyal customers to know just how into the next day it has become.
Yeah, we got to get on the Alec Baldwin. You're right, Rick. The reality before. I hear it's doing really badly, which is bizarre. That you'd think it would be. It seems like name recognition doesn't matter with shit anymore on reality shows. He's so many failed things. Did you know MSNBC gave him a show once?
Yes.
This has got to be. You remember that, Tamara?
Yes, I watched it once and said, I'm done. Yeah.
What did it last for, like a month?
Mm-hmm.
Was it on every night or once a week?
I think it was once a week, right?
I can't remember. I got to look.
I only watched one show, so I can't. Yeah.
He hosted a game show. He hosted I mean, it's crazy. He has a ton of shit going on with NBC.
Right. One time Tracy wanted to throw the party.
Uh-huh.
And so he would ask me. And
Did you hear Bill Maher's joke? He said that Alec Baldwin killed Gene Hackman Friday night. You know, the whole Gene Hackman,
God.
you know,
Ugh.
I can't remember if it was in the monologue or it was.
He actually said that on the air. I like that.
Yeah,
That it's not that
he said it
funny,
on the
but
air.
it's great that he said it on the air.
I tried to put him off it like a couple times. Like I'm like,
Oh,
it's
John, I
okay,
watched.
Tracy, I got it.
I should mention. I just watched this the other day. Stephen Baldwin's podcast. He had
Yeah, he had Alec
on,
on, right?
Yeah, I was going to send it to you. You'll love it. You'll probably even want to chop it up and feature it.
Can
'cause
you,
Alex just being a complete dickhead in it, like just
Any teases, like anything I would like? Any like?
Oh, his mother's in
references?
there as well. Their
Okay.
mother's sitting there, and that's very funny. She just completely disapproves of the way both of them talk.
Does
Just
Depp come up?
No, oh no,
No?
this is Alec. This is Alec giving
No,
shit
Alec
to
loves
Steven.
that. Alec loves Depp. Alec.
Yeah, but
Alec's a
this
huge fan.
isn't about Depp. This is
Okay.
Alex just shitting. Steven's trying to shit on Alex crap movies, and
Oh,
Alex
good.
having none of it. And he starts trying to defend particular movies, and it's just horrible. And I didn't even know Stephen Baldwin had a podcast, and he's horrible as a host. He
Well,
doesn't.
You
he's
saw us play the
slow,
Michael
he's-
Madsen thing, right, Bon?
Yeah.
Michael Madsen said that Depp lowered a hit on him at the Viper Room when he in the bathroom. That he had his goons rough him up in the bathroom.
But for your Alec Baldwin persona and impersonations, you've got to. I'll send you a link to it after the show.
No,
It's so
definitely.
funny. Alex being a cock,
Yep.
just like the most judgmental Big Brother vibe, and then just acting like he knows everything. And he's just such a douchebag. You could do a whole show, a weekly show on him
All right.
of just the douche chronicles of Alec Baldwin.
You
over
know the
years.
history of those two, right? Steven's this crazy neocon Christian kook,
Christian,
and
yeah.
Alec Baldwin's super left, and they didn't talk to each other for at least a decade. Alec was on Howard talking about how they hated him, and then William was on Twitter going, "My dad would kick the shit out of you if he knew you were, you know, a MAGA supporter." That was
They have that makes much more sense to me now why they have such bizarre interactions on this podcast.
But then he shows up at the
they're
trial,
not really.
Bond. Then he goes to New
Well-
Mexico. Steven does. Steven goes to New Mexico and shows up at the trial, which I never thought I'd see.
Yeah,
Was it-
Ali just wanted to get his face on camera, maybe. but,
Maybe.
oh,
And how
they're
weird.
weirdos. Such
Oh,
weirdos.
it's
And I
so
didn't know
strange.
they had sisters. It comes up in it.
Yeah,
I never
they have
knew
a
they
sister.
had sisters.
Ellen Stern.
Oh,
The Steven is maybe the most annoying human being on the face of the earth. I don't know if it
Oh,
gets worse.
I've said it before. He was great in The Usual Suspects, but that character
That's
was
it.
kind of handwritten
Yep.
for him, manic nutcase. But
He didn't
yeah,
deserve
he's
to be
just
on.
a no-name act. He's
Right.
nobody. He never did.
He's the
but,
worst.
but I thought you've got to see it. You'll laugh. You should
Oh,
do a
wait,
show where you just watch it on Patreon and you react to it because you would be pausing it in hysterics at
No,
the way
I can't
they
wait.
talk.
I can't wait.
Alex just a freak of nature now. He's like Michael Jackson almost. Like you just don't know what's going on up there in
Yeah.
that brain.
Yeah, it just the hubris, like they said. I can't remember. I think it was it PC-23 or to him to show up at the SNL thing with the Helena Hutchins
Yeah,
Russ
the
shooting
balls.
is crazy.
they
Again,
know
I
that,
would leave
like-
the country. I would not live here. I would be
But
out
they
of
know,
here.
like Tamara said earlier, they just know that nobody's got the balls to say anything.
No one's going to say anything. He has a reality show. Who
Yeah.
would give him a reality show?
Yeah.
With
You guys
his
saw that-
20 kids.
You guys saw that
Why?
Trump impersonator, right? That ambushed him on the street in the Village when he was leaving his
I haven't watched that yet, but you
Oh, it's
should.
crazy.
It's,
It
it's
was
getting a lot of
crazy.
views, John. I hope you've got that monetized.
I do.
It's-
Somebody was comparing like my encounter with Alec versus that one where I'm doing push-ups on the street. Mine was much more friendly and like, goofy. That one, if Alec like just physically attacked him, who would blame him? That was
Oh, look,
crazy shit.
We got Kathy Scott in the chat. God, I love you, Kathy. And John's got to get you back on this show. And he's a beautiful interaction of Sarah and Kathy Scott just having a
He's
real
got a cute
girls
up. What an
moment.
asshole.
I will
What a
admit,
dick.
I'm very vindictive.
I only give you one chance. If you screw me over, I'm done. And I will, depending on the seriousness of your offense toward me, will make your life hell, possibly.
I agree with you.
You're in the middle of that, John, just going, after that, you probably said, that's great. It's great to hear women really talking,
Did I say
speaking
that?
out, and then you were like, anyway, and then you did a little vacuous moving on comment. 'Cause
Vacuous.
It's
Look at you.
See,
Oh
look,
God, I
you've come
used to.
through. I appreciate this. You've come through with giving me recognition
Look
for my
at there. He
words.
got his recognition. All
I didn't get it last show.
Vacuous.
Yeah,
That's a
vacuous is a
great
big one. I
word.
remember I
Vapid and
learned
vapid
that
and
decades
vacuous.
ago. I
Great
remember a
words.
girl said it to me. Like I've already said this on the show, so I don't want to start repeating myself. But I met this. Somebody introduced me to their friend, and I said, "Oh, hi, how you going?" And she's like, "Oh, good. I've heard of you. You're that guy who's gonna be on a podcast in like 10 years or 15 years time, and you're gonna be amazing." And I was like, "That's me." And then she said, I said, "Isn't it funny when you meet people and you're just sort of shaking their hand?" And she's like, "Yeah, you get these vacuous comments, the conversations, vacuous conversation." I went vacuous. And I never forgot it.
That's how you learn words. Like that just stuck in your brain. Like you just hit the right note and you never forgot it.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
your life.
Melvin's gone straight to the dictionary in the chat, and it's a word that you get it, like vacuum, vacuous. You just go, I get what you mean. It's like a useless there's no life in the conversation. It's kind of what I've
21 Jump Street did that for me. Depp was helping his mom's boyfriend move, and the Jump Street guys are in the moving van. And Depp turns to Penhall and he goes, "Oh God, Bob wants me to go bowling with him. You know what? This fucking he didn't curse, but he goes, Bob wants me to go bowling with him. This man to man night of camaraderie." I'm like, camaraderie, what? I'm a teenager. I didn't know what it meant. Like,
you're a young guy. You're learning the ropes back then. You weren't the ferret yet.
And I grabbed the dictionary. I'm like, camaraderie. I'm trying to spell it and shit. And I finally see it. And from that point on, I used the word constantly just because I just was like bothered that I didn't know what. But I also respect the Jump Street people for not writing down to the audience that they're making me raise my game.
And they probably had a lot of pressure to not use words that were big.
Yeah.
The network probably wanted them to just keep it really dumb.
Captain Fuller used the word obsolescence once.
Oh, that's big.
What?
If you're an early teenager, you're going to be sitting there.
You're looking it up?
I know. This shit.
Did you do well on your SATs, John, since you're such a wordsmith?
Math, horrible. Math should not be half the SATs. Math shouldn't even be, it should be a quarter of it. And I'm great at basic math. And with the English one, I did worse than I should have. I was really just not into it. I did okay, but not great. I just was too up in my head. I didn't do well on the SATs.
Look at Melvin. He's going really far with this, taking the dictionary definitions. Look at it. I said onus this week. And they thought I said anus.
Yeah,
to refer to something that's duty of responsibility. The onus is on you to show that you have suffered loss. He said the anus is on you. The anus is on you. That's if somebody made that. How did you make that mistake, Melvin? They didn't make that. They thought you did. Anyway, thank you, Melvin. Thank you very much.
So he would ask me, and I tried to put him off it like a couple times. I'm like, it's okay, Tracy, I got it. And he's like, no, man, I really want to throw the party this week. I'm like, okay. So he rented this floor on this building.
This is Tracy Morgan.
I had the good fortune of hanging with you and the guys at some of those parties. And I mean, they were mostly places that were below ground. Because when you're dealing with after hours joints, they're fully aware that the sun will be up momentarily. Yeah. And they don't want any of their loyal customers to know just how into the next day it has become.
Right. One time Tracy wanted to throw the party. And so he would ask me, and I tried to put him off it like a couple times. I'm like, it's okay, Tracy, I got it. And he's like, no, man, I really want to throw the party this week.
Because Horatio wants all the attention for it. He wants to have access to women. Yeah. Tracy would be cock blocking him if he gave him the access.
It's like if somebody came along and said to you, John, hey, I'll make a lot of the shorties for Bon.
Yeah.
I'd be like,
no.
What the hell?
Yep. You're taking.
I'd be like, you can't take that from me, mother.
They're so
I've
good.
got contracts signed.
By the way,
no, that wasn't I wasn't.
I know you're not fishing for a compliment, but they're very good.
That's Horatio doesn't want to give up this because this gives you so much. And he's probably had about 10 little 15-year-old girls on the line.
This is what
and
we
they're
know
not. They
about.
haven't
This is
come
the only one
forward.
we know
Yeah,
about.
many of them may have taken their life, so nobody knows about
Who
them.
knows? Who knows?
That's how
And
they get
didn't
out
say
of
a
it.
thing about it.
God, this disgusting freak.
Cookout says he's not. I think it's not big because Horatio's not a big star, but it's who he's affiliated with. Cookout. There's a lot of guys who aren't big stars but become big from these things. It's if you can bring in Jimmy Fallon, you can bring in Lorne Michaels, then it becomes big, and they are all a part of it. And Tracy Morgan's a part of it.
So none of them are hanging out with him
So he
now,
got-
are they, John?
No.
Those guys.
Off
Yeah,
like a
he's
couple times, like,
exit.
I'm like,
Yeah.
I
Ghosted.
tried to put him off it like a couple times. Like,
And
I tried to put him off.
I'd like to go and see if I highly doubt he's been on Jimmy Fallon's show. It's like I have to see like what he's. But he was at that fucking
I tried to put
party.
him off it like a couple times. Like, I'm like, it's okay, Tracy. I got it. And he's like, no, man, I really want to throw the party this week. I'm like, okay. So he rented this floor on this building at Ground Zero. So, I mean, we couldn't look right into the into the footprint of.
So Tracy Morgan decides this is how trying to be gangsta. I guess let's rent a place right where Ground Zero is and have the party there. And I'm gonna get some of that Merrill Lynch pussy. And you
They
could just
should
see him
not-
saying that.
They should not be. This should not be being brought up, should it?
My
No.
shit's
Look
like
at this.
power too.
He's going to bomb on this little bit. He's trying to do.
And
This show
remember
is
these
garbage too.
parties. The parties couldn't be at the same location every week. They had to change.
Oh, that's true, right? They mix it up, right? To throw the people
Mhm.
off, to
Mhm.
throw the paparazzi off or the stalkers or whatever. That's
And the
true. That's a great
police.
point to me.
You're not
World
kidding,
Trade
are you?
Center?
You're
No.
not kidding.
But we were about a block away from the late Twin Towers.
Oh my god.
And the party was fine, but he had these bars set up, and he literally hired prostitutes. And I've never hired prostitutes for a party. It was never my intention to just get us fucked by prostitutes after a long show.
No.
So he brought in some prostitutes, and I just remember, of course I stayed. I think I was the last one to leave.
He's not lying.
And he talks about that in the book too, Arm.
So this is a good time for
Tracy
that,
Morgan.
Tamara. Tell
Yeah.
us. So in the memoirs, it's such a weird juxtaposition, Tracy Morgan and memoirs. So what does he say in his memoirs?
So in the memoirs, he always said that he wasn't ready to go home after the SNL
regular
official party, correct? And so he had friends that would run illegal strip clubs. And at these office parties, they were like, it was boring just to have drinks. So why not bring some strippers? Why not bring some girls? And some girls would do some dancing for them. Some girls would titillate them. And whatever you were down with, the girls would be down to do with them. A lot of the SNL people would go to some of these parties, but they would see what was going on and would say, you know what, we're just going to turn around and go home. We don't want to be involved with this. We don't want our names going down with what's going on. So they
Holy
went
shit,
home.
that's what Horatio says about he said Will Ferrell and Anna Gasteyer walked in and just turned around. That's exactly what
Yeah,
he
and
said.
they said they don't want to be part, but Tracy said this was a fun time for him. Everybody's drinking. Some people are doing drugs, ecstasy, whatever, dancing. It was just a good time. And what Horatio Sanz just said, he would be the last at a party. In his book, Tracy stated one of his friends called him and said, dude, it's like 12 o'clock in the afternoon and Horatio is still here.
Holy shit.
Can you come get him? Because he's not ready to leave. He's
Wow.
still trying to party and we're all done.
Noon on Sunday afternoon. That's crazy.
But
Now
you got to think. You got to remember that time and days doesn't mean anything to these people.
No, it doesn't.
Life is it's about the show and then the party. And I think the reason that they get into my theory is that they get into these young girls is because they can have anything they want. So nothing's illegal anymore. Like the drugs, that's boring. They've had all of them. So the only thing that you can't have, you're not supposed to do is like break the law, like steal stuff,
Yeah, it's like
or
it's
do
for-
this kind of stuff, and they're so bored with life that they're trying to get the highest high they can get doing something so illegal.
Plus, kids
That's
are
why I think they
moldable.
get
You
into it.
can mold kid. You can when they're that young, they don't have an independent mind at all. They're just going to go along with anything you do or say. They have no cynicism. They have no, you know what I mean. You're just going to get away with anything you want. There's no accountability.
Yeah, they must see it
Yeah.
like it's the swindle of the
Yep.
lifetime to get to do
Mhm.
this, to get away with it
Definitely.
as well, like the great heist. It's so demented.
But I remember like you were like I was just saying, like decent people, like Will Ferrell and Anna Gasteyer, like decent people,
Right.
come into the bar and then just do a 360. Like, yep, okay, good enough.
I did it. I made my appearance. Illegally, I can say I was here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then the guy who tunes guitars, says, "I got a blowjob at that party."
Oh God, it's not even that. It's not even funny. Like even in a funny.
So that was the one time Tracy took over.
Yeah.
The party planning duties.
Yes.
That's
And it was a
phenomenal.
Hey, Arm, can you stop for a second?
You know,
All right, Tamara bossing me
I'm
around.
sorry,
Stop.
I'm
I love
sorry.
it. No, that's what you're
Beautiful.
supposed to do.
We're sorry,
I-
Tamara.
Here's
We-
Pop.
Deal what
That's
I
you're
don't
supposed to do.
understand.
Would you like a drink or beverage?
Oh, I've been drinking. I'm
I
trying
love
to melt
it.
my throat, but
I love it.
What I was gonna say is here, Horatio was saying it's a one time that he let Tracy do the party, but in the book, Tracy says that he did the party for months. So which one is it?
Ah. Oh well, he doesn't want people to know that Tracy did it for. He's just trying to sound like a tough, cool dude by saying that Tracy only did it once.
And it's also like, well, what do you consider the after party? Like, I bet you he did it anyway. So his version, and then Tracy's almost starting to compete with him because that's the Horatio party. Like Tracy Morgan's literally bringing scores with him to the
Right,
party.
right.
We'd have to be in that world to know exactly how it went down, but I think you're both right. It's that's his thing, and he couldn't be. He knows that if Tracy Morgan decides to, he'll cock block the whole thing and ruin his entire grooming operation. He has this entire system going. It's the only thing he has going on the show. He can't lose that. He'll lose everything.
Was it the cutting room?
Yes.
That's where you had one once.
Yeah, we would sing oftentimes.
Yeah, we had live band karaoke there, and that was the first time I ever saw you sing. And you were.
Can you imagine how annoying Jimmy Fallon must be at these things? Could you possibly imagine?
All coked up, running around. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd
Just it's
fucking
4:30. Yeah, it's 5:30 in the morning. Coke. Could you imagine? All right. So this is Tracy Morgan, the first appearance ever on the Howard Stern show. Now he doesn't go into this, but he might as well have. I just want to give you. So Jimmy Kimmel had to be the one to tell Howard, hey, this guy's crazy. He's a phenomenal guest. Why the hell don't you have him on? It took Howard till 2006 to realize Tracy Morgan might be a good guest. 2006. And it was Kimmel's telling him every day, you got to have Tracy Morgan. And Howard he has no radar for show business. As much as he thinks, this show occupies, he doesn't. That's how cheated the fans get. So it took Kimmel to do it, and this is Tracy Morgan's first appearance ever on the Stern Show. Tracy Morgan had been. Do you remember when Kimmel first started his show? He had a rotating sidekick. So for a week he would have David Alan Grier, and then he would have Snoop Dogg, and then he would have Kathy Griffin, and then he would have Adam Carolla, and then he would have Tracy Morgan, and then he would have.
Hey, Arm, is this when his show first started? He used to
Yes,
have
the
alcohol
first
for
year.
the guests.
Yes, the first year.
Loosen
And Tracy
everybody
Morgan
up.
Yep.
Yeah, come on. A black man in a room full of white people and Robin.
I'm used to it. 7 years at SNL, I'm good.
Was it weird?
How old is your oldest kid? You
My
started
oldest-
pretty early.
Yeah, in the ghetto, man, we use sex as a sedative, It
Are you
eases the
upset?
pain of poverty, so I was fucking early.
Are you upset that you got married so young? You married, what, a high school sweetheart?
Yeah, Sabina.
Sabina, how old?
17.
17.
There's a 2007 interview with him a year after this that I found before, and I'm going to go through that at some point this week and see if I can find anything about the freak parties and that, because I looked through 3 other interviews and I couldn't find it. This one kind of alludes to stuff, but I think that 07 one might be what we're looking for.
Years old you got married?
Yeah, I was dropping it like it was hot, man.
Is she the only girl you ever been with?
I was fucking when I was like 12, man.
Really?
I was effing when I was 12. 12. How would you even, just the logistics of it. I don't know if he's lying, I don't know, but that's what we're dealing with deviance-wise in him and these freak parties. If that's what, he's just so, I don't know if this is Marcy Project shit or whatever. Apparently he lived right where Jay-Z did. I want to say it's Greenpoint, Brooklyn.
Sabina?
Nah, not with Sabina.
But at 17 you meet your wife, and you didn't stop fucking other women.
Not that this is he says baby arm at some point during this, and that's we got to get that drop on when we get a chance.
Nah, I feel my wild old. She waited for me.
Yeah, she did. Yeah. You said to her, look, baby, I'm on Saturday Night Live.
No. Saturday Night Live came later down the road, man.
Well, wait a second, though. You cheated on your wife, though, right? Because, you didn't stop at 17 having sex with her.
Did I cheat on my wife?
Yes.
You got to be Chris Rock, Tracy. I know it's your first appearance. You got to come right back at him and say you cheated on your wife. Howard knows that Tracy's just happy to be there right now, and Chris Rock was at a point when he's like, no, look who's talking. I cheated on my wife.
White woman.
But if he started having sex at 12,
yeah, she's still sweet, yeah.
But you love white women.
I love all women, man. I'm like, pun, let's get that straight. I regulate every shade of that, baby. I don't give a fuck. I'm nasty.
Yeah.
Now, man, you got to hang, baby. We got to go up to Sue's Rendezvous.
I would love it. Do you ever only?
We gotta hang, baby. We gotta go up to Sue's Rendezvous. What the fuck? I gotta find out what that is.
Does he still talk like this?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's always on.
Worse now. It's worse now.
He's really entertaining. He's really funny. He's really got a unique brain that way. I don't know with him, and it's hard to tell. And I do believe that he's, legitimately like kind of brilliant and improvisationally, but like you don't know sometimes what's material that he has in his brain already, that he's recycling shit from an actual routine. You don't know like what he's spritzing and what is coming off his brain fresh. Mm-hmm. I do believe it's a combination of the two.
Do you remember him on Martin? Do you remember him?
I didn't watch a lot of Martin for some reason. I don't know why. It must have been going against something I liked.
Oh, I
don't know why.
But the way he is, it's worse, a little bit worse on Martin with the material. And
okay, so he's using his act on Martin?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so he's using his actual... Okay, wow, okay.
I forgot his name on Martin, but yeah, he's selling things. Yeah.
And he's on Martin before SNL.
Correct.
Wow, that's well, why go to... I mean, Martin's a big show. Why not just stay on... Was he upstaging Lawrence?
It was towards the end. I think Martin always brought different entertainers and comedians on the show as a stepping board, so they could do something else.
Okay. Hey, nice phonetic use of towards, Tamara. You like a lot of people, like white people say towards. They don't even the W to W even comes into play. You actually phonetically pronounced it towards. That was pretty good.
I never knew coming into this country. I learned English in this country. So there's some words I will say, and I don't know if it's because I'm in Texas. People look at me like, what? You say the whole, like comfortable. How do you say comfortable?
Because we're lazy. You say comfortable and you don't pronounce it. Comfortable is how you're supposed to say it, like government. There's an N in there, but we don't say the N. We speed over it. That's you're speaking properly and we're not. That's you're right. Especially in New York when everything is speed talking and you don't have time to say N and you don't have time.
That's true. Okay.
Who is the biggest pain in the ass celebrity on Saturday Night Live?
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm going to get this for next time. He said that Tom Green cock-blocked his cue cards and he started reading his lines while the show was on to fuck him up. And he wasn't having it.
I'm talking about the host.
Come on. Tom Green.
Tom Green
we didn't like each other.
You didn't like each other?
We didn't like each other, man.
What happened?
We were just doing jackass shit.
I mean, you're such a nice guy.
We're just doing jackass shit. If you don't want to do a skit, Don't have me stay up a whole fucking night and write it, and then you come down and we're doing a cue card thing, and when you do the cue cards, my words were round, his is green.
Right.
He started reading my fucking, he thought that was funny.
He was fucking with you.
Yeah.
You mean during the sketch for real?
During the sketch, man.
He started reading your lines?
I stopped reading and I went and I grabbed the fucking cue card.
Howard goes, no, I don't know cue cards, but I know my monitors, every word is written out for me in front of me.
Exactly.
I don't know cue cards. I mean, it's a real skill, though, reading off cue cards, though. It's kind of like you got to make it look, organic. And to read them, it's not easy to do. Some people suck at it. And some people make it look like it's just seamless.
And I brought it back off camera and said, dude.
Yeah, Barbara DeRush is right. Howard's like nervous, just taking his glasses off and rubbing his eyes. You can see the crazy eyes. Arm, what kind of food? Look at Melvin. What a pizza, pretzels, breakfast sandwiches. Probably all the above, Melvin. Probably all of the above. I bet you it's everything you could want. Like kid food.
Snacks, yeah.
Yep, snacks.
They're all high. They're not eating.
Yep.
They're real high.
It's probably like Golden Corral with salmon.
Golden Corral is horrible.
I'm just kidding. I know.
It's a horrible food. I'm sorry.
I said that Tim Sabian takes all his clients to Golden Corral, and he blocked me on Twitter.
Lines, and this is mine.
That was right on live TV.
Right on live TV.
Oh, that's great.
So, I came.
Tonkat, Horatio Sanz considered the first Hispanic cast member. I thought, is that true? I mean, you got to go through. Oh God, I guess that could be true. But then they've had, like Melissa Villaseñor is supremely talented. She is great. How they let her go, that's everything wrong with the show, that they wouldn't keep her and Jay Farrow. They're both just amazing, and I would never let them go.
Came up when Norm McDonald was there,
You love Norm.
And Norm taught me. And I came with Colin Quinn and
Norm was very impressed.
Brewer.
Norm was impressed with Tracy, right, Artie? I mean,
Norm loves Tracy.
Just me being able to survive.
What did Norm always say about Tracy?
He said, man, that Tracy Morgan, man, he's funny. He's like a real black guy.
They never had nothing like me in AH.
No.
That's what he said. Come on, I got
Will Ferrell, who you work with.
Bon Jovial wants to know, Tamara, he's a little shy to ask you a black question. He wants to know, when did it happen with black people that heroin became heron? Like, why not just pronounce the whole thing? Like, what's the big deal? Why take the I out?
We always try to be different. I feel like,
is that necessary with heroin? Can you just say heroin? You get really heron, right? That's what Bon Jovial wants to know. Like, why even bother?
I've heard more heron than heroin.
That's so bad.
I can't even say it. I can't even say
It's
it.
like people say, when you use a soldering iron for electronics, a lot of people say soldering, S-O-double-D.
No L, right? There's an L in it.
It's soldering, but they so many solder. They just have got to put some solder, fascinating the way these things happen.
Hey, Bon, do you say heroin or heron? Which one do you say?
No, come on. We invented the England. It's English. Come on. Which one do you think we'd say?
I want me some heron.
On camera for comedy. Would you ever kiss a man on camera for comedy?
Why are you asking him that?
See, that's what separates me and Will. Will is fearless, man. I think there's a border with me.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to do that.
Yeah, Will don't have
Bon
three
Jovial
boys.
has
I got
another
3 boys. I can't explain that to them.
Bon Jovial wants to know, do you feel, this is from David, do you feel is the black community tend to be more homophobic than other races? That's from David.
Oh, that's an intense question. She's thinking.
You ever hear a black guy say, I don't play that gay shit?
I will say black males are more homophobic. Yes.
Why do you think that is? Is it a testosterone? Is it a kind of a sign of, like, I don't want to?
It's a sign of weakness. It's a sign that you're controlling me. And I just believe back in the day, in the slave days, that's what they used to do to kind of make them look weak in front of their women. But yeah, black males. It's getting softer now with that. But yeah, they are. I would just tell friends, hey, let's go to a gay bar. It'd be fun. It'd be great.
Black women do not have that hang up. Black women do not have that hang up. The only
Yeah.
time I've seen a black woman, the closest I see was like, I was talking to a black woman and she referenced some guy, and I guess she just assumed he was gay, and she went, who that little gay boy? Who that little gay boy running? And I, like,
Oh
but
my
that's the
God.
worst you'll ever get. And then she said it like that. I'm like, that was funny, but I didn't find it homophobic in a way.
I just never understood. I'm like, if you're with, just because you're at the club, why do you? Again, I'm not a man. I don't, understand these things. But I was just like, if you're hanging with us, or if you're my guy, why can't you go to a gay club?
Right.
It's gonna be fun. Why not?
Good.
But yeah,
And no competition. There's no comp. It's. I agree. And but
Why
do,
is
do,
it not
do heterosexuals? Is there a heterosexual night at a gay bar? Like, do you drink? Like ladies' night at a regular bar. Is there a heterosexual night? If you go there, do you drink for free? You think?
that used to be more common early on than now. I don't see a lot of that now. I don't go out a lot anymore, but yeah, I don't see a lot of that now.
Welcome, G Canada. Good to see you, pal. It's been a while.
Welcome back.
Yeah. He's God damn it. We miss him. We miss him, for Christ's sake. Anytime I think he heard the word Canada, I was talking about Canada. He just got in here.
He had to say something.
You had to get in. He had to get one in. Do you remember the basketball player Tim Hardaway, the point guard for Golden State and then Miami?
He was
so he
cute,
got fired from ABC for homophobia. It was something like, I think he was in the halftime panel and he said something like, remember the center John Amici was gay, and Collins for the Nets. Jason Collins is also gay. And I think they asked him about John Amici. He goes, I don't care. I don't play that gay shit. I don't play that gay shit.
And they make such a big thing.
And
but
they fire
yet,
him.
That's funny. I'm just thinking about this. This is horrible, but they make it a big thing. But in certain areas, you have the brothers who love the gay men. You know what I mean? But won't say anything. Won't say anything.
Yep. It's even right. So it's repressed, and they're denied. It's under and it makes them more angry that they're holding it in. And
yeah.
I don't know what the percentage of gay is in the black community, because they won't admit it, right? So you couldn't even get a proper statistical. You couldn't get a demographic because they wouldn't admit to it.
Yeah.
Lawrence.
Yeah, the whole Tracy Morgan goes on and on, Melvin. The Walmart stuff. He just passed out at a Knick game last week, and that was
he had food poisoning. He said he had food poisoning,
and he passed out, right?
He threw up on the court, and they had to take him to the hospital where they either pumped his stomach or
always
gave him
something.
IV.
It's always something. And people believe, the Walmart thing, that he was faking it. And
Lawrence said to you, listen, I need you to make out with me in a film.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
No. I don't think Martin would say that.
No, I don't
think Martin would say that.
No, I don't think that sentence
but
is
you gotta
happening.
understand,
I
played a transvestite in Longest Yard, man.
You know why I
Ralph calls in and takes another shot at Adam Sandler in this.
respect you? When you were punked by Ashton Kutcher, you almost punched him right in the fucking head.
I wasn't. You guys remember Howard had this thing. Now they're really good friends because of Kimmel. Howard was terrified he was going to get punked by Ashton Kutcher on MTV because his people had one of his guys the first year. Oh shit! What's the Dax Shepard was on the cast the first year, and so Howard's super fan, and they were almost giving him a tip that they were going to punk him. That would have been so great if Howard got. And Howard
I would have loved to have seen that.
Terrified, and so every day he would come on and shit on Ashton Kutcher and the show because he was terrified of it. And now he still hates him here, so he brings it up to Tracy Morgan here. It's such an odd thing to bring up when you first interview
him right in the fucking head.
I wasn't having it. You see my gangster?
Good for you. Did you allow it to be aired, your punk?
Yeah,
you did.
I allowed it.
What did they do to you when you were on punk?
They put my.
Something makes me say that Howard actually had it happen to him and wouldn't allow it to get aired.
Mm-hmm.
That it actually did go down and he stopped it. That's a guarantee. Could you have more of an uptight, less sense of humor about yourself than him?
Wouldn't that have come out though if he didn't?
Not if there was lawyers involved. Not if there was whole legal. He's got a whole
with him.
He's got a whole team of retainer lawyers.
That's true.
My Jaguar. Pretty Jaguar, right?
Yeah.
Pimp mobile, pretty
Yeah, Del
motherfucker.
Frisco's
Full of
expensive
candy.
car.
Yeah, bitch got titties and all that.
Yes.
Now, they put it up.
I would love to be Mr. Feeney with Tracy Morgan and goes, You have a car, bitch got titties and all that, as you describe your automobile, Mr. Morgan.
On the motherfucking, they put it up on the motherfucking
Oh, the back of a truck?
Yeah, and then I went inside the restaurant.
See, that's
and this is out in
bullshit.
L.A.
Oh, that's
You know what I'm saying? I took it for real because in L.A. shit happens like that. These motherfuckers are crazy out there.
Right.
I come out, my shit, I know I valet my shit.
Right.
Next thing I see my shit up on the top.
Yeah, also, Tamara, they got a question from, this is from Sarah. She wanted to know, in the black community, when did it become that you could use the pronoun my shit for everything? It can be my car, it can be my penis, it can be my
All
video
the time.
games, my
All the
money. How did my shit become the pronoun for everything? When did that start?
That started back in the late 80s. All the
Yeah.
time.
Okay, I
All
thought
the
it was
time
newer than
we
that.
used that.
I mean, Sarah
No.
thought it was newer than that.
Probably
Sarah
so,
thought
but
it was newer than that.
I didn't come into this country till later on, so I saw it immediately when I came into this country.
That makes two of us.
Dump truck. Then they rolled the window down in the glass like that broke my glass. So I'm wilding out and I got my crew with me.
Yeah.
And one of my dudes, Fredro, he had the box cutter on him. I heard the box cutter zip.
Yeah.
I said, oh shit, it's about to happen. Dude trying to negotiate with me for my rims. I got on the phone, called my wife and said, call my lawyer, because I'm getting ready to catch a body.
Yeah.
My car is not going nowhere. They was talking about towing my fucking car from LA to Barstow, which is 4 hours.
Oh.
Now 1 and 1 make 2 of my motherfucking
So when the
world.
fuckhead comes out and says to you, well, you're being punked.
Did they have to come out quickly?
Yeah. That ain't
Is that a thing, Tamara? Melvin says sugar in the tank. Is that a euphemism for gay men?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
They used
Thank
to
you,
say
Melvin.
that back in the day. Yeah, they used
I didn't
to
even
say
know that.
back in the day. And let
Funny.
me also say this
That
about
ain't
Tracy
But I was glad
Morgan.
it was.
Go ahead.
Black
Go ahead.
men do not, we do not play about our cars. You do something to my car, I'm gonna come after you.
And sneakers.
Look at Chubby Pickle with his nice rides he
Yep.
had over there. Oh,
Yep.
please.
And
I bet
sneakers.
you if you scratch it, you look at it hard, Chubby's coming after you.
Punk, because only A-list get on punk.
Right, well, that's true. All right, well, you got a good point. Let me go to Ralph. Ralph wants to say hello to Tracy. Go
Okay, so here's Ralph shits on The Longest Yard. He hates. So this is when Howard hated Adam Sandler, couldn't get him on the show, wouldn't have him on the show. So Ralph calls in again, shitting on The Longest Yard. This is the conversation I had with my dad in the car, and we bonded over Ralph hating Adam Sandler playing a quarterback in a
Really?
maximum security. Yeah.
ahead, Ralph, real quick.
You know, Tracy, you were like in the worst remake ever, which was The Longest Yard. Dude, like in a movie like that, do you just take the money and run, or you read the script? Like, what's the deal?
No, I didn't have
Did
to.
you know it was going to be horrible going into it?
What is that, Adam Sandler's
Adam
movie? I never
Sandler's
saw that
Longest-
movie. Was
it's
it a
pretty
bad
bad.
movie?
I didn't think it was horrible. I
He's
thought it was
funny.
funny.
Tracy's funny.
Tracy's funny in it.
Tracy, when you get in a movie like that, it
It's
doesn't matter.
hard because it's already.
I like what Tracy Morgan's answer to this is great to justify why you would do that. I think I agree with him.
Tracy, when you get in a movie like that, it
It's
doesn't matter.
hard because it's already a legend. The first one was, so we were just remaking it. And
what you do is you do the best you can do and make sure that you're funny for
I
your
played a
fans.
transvestite in it, man.
Yeah.
They gave me a camel toe, Howard.
Uh-huh.
I was scarred for life.
You know, I love guys like Ralph. You're supposed to say no to Adam Sandler. You don't want to be in a huge studio movie.
Come on, I'm not past. Adam already knows how to plan for the future.
Yeah.
I think he had a friendship with Adam Sandler that Howard didn't know about through Norm Macdonald, and Artie never he never piled on when they would shit on Adam Sandler in those years. Because he
I
thought,
love how Howard. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, you go. No,
finish your thought.
I'm done.
I was gonna say I love how Howard says, "Oh, I've been meaning to see that movie. I've never seen that movie."
I'm sure. Right.
He never sees anything. Nothing.
Artie kind of in his mind, he thought, well, maybe I'll get the Farley. I'll be the Farley of their group, which invariably went to Kevin James.
I'm a comedian. I come from the clubs, man. I come from the bottom. I'm not giving up a shot to work with Burt Reynolds, Adam Sandler, Chris Rock. These are all my favorites.
Of course you're gonna fucking take that job.
Of course, is doing a movie the most exciting thing in the world? Don't they treat you like $1 million? You're on the set, you're getting fed, you got a fucking couple of lunch.
He says the same shit. Everybody
all the time. All the time.
Oh God! Every
to
time.
memorize, big deal.
My trailer for Little Man that I just did with Keenan Ivory Wayans was $1 million.
$1 million
My trailer was $1 million, man.
You did it. Tracy, you are something else. You are
Cool
a great
stuff,
guest.
man.
Jimmy Kimmel's right about you. You're a great guest.
See? You see? He can't book his
No.
own guests. He needs Kimmel to
No.
farm guests for him. How many people does he have working on this show? And he can't find his own guest. He needs Kimmel to have his ear. That's what I've been saying this for years on Gunk, that Kimmel is responsible for all these guests. People have no idea him, and now he has to listen to him. Kimmel's way bigger than he is in show business now.
So
He
who's
played the game.
responsible for getting the guests now? Other than Gary talking to publicists or whatever.
It's a
Who's
combination of the fact that he's a partner at Sirius, so they get first dibs at the guests that come through
Whoever
there
comes
if they
in,
have a new
yeah.
channel, right? And they sent a memorandum out to the rest of Sirius. You can't even have this person on until we get him for an hour and a half. Then he claims, "Oh, I'm grooving. I don't want to." But he's such an idiot. He is such a horrible radar for pop culture and guests that you don't know what you missed in all these years. They should have been. There's so many people they missed. There's so many people they should have had, and he's so. It's a combination of, so you have Gary, Will, and Jason, and they have people on the show. You heard the whole Steve Brandano argument with him about, the Black Keys, and you're so out of touch.
I remember.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a great conversation. That shows you what you missed. And how you're booking for Howard's radar, which is the worst way to do it. And he only plays it safe. And the only way you're going to get a good guess is probably if Kimmel comes through and hooks him up, because Kimmel knows everybody now. I'm telling you, every time there's some guest that is, it's always going to come from Kimmel. And now, actually, Robert Downey Jr. In the Hamptons, so he's part of that whole clique. So Howard might get Marvel guys because of Downey.
Oh, because of Downey.
You remember that whole Dr. Doom stunt they tried to pull a couple of years ago?
Yes, I remember.
Who's playing Dr. Doom now? Robert Downey Jr.
Robert Downey Jr.
It's the stupidest stunt ever. And so, how do you think that went down? Downey was probably part of it. He's like, "Howard, why don't you slip in this as a prank? You go off for the summer and then pretend that you're playing Dr. Doom. I'm playing it. But you can't say that I'm playing it." Guaranteed that's how that went down.
I love JK, man. That's my dude.
That's a good man, right?
I love doing Howard. I love doing this,
This
man.
is beautiful.
Sky Spectre, is he a good-looking guy, Tamara Tracy?
Yeah, here he is. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
He's really small. Isn't he like 5'6", 5'7"?
Mm-hmm.
Pugnacious.
Well,
right on.
make us a regular stop when you got to do.
Dude, I will do your show anytime you want me to.
All right. Well, we were going to call
No
you
doubt.
more times because it's a lot of fun to hear what's going on with you. And you got to tell me who the celebrity women is you fucked.
When we hang out.
No. Tell me.
When we hang out. It
Just give
can't
me
come
a-
from my mouth.
Tell me how it happened.
When
though.
we
Don't
hang
tell
out,
me who it
you
is.
take me to scores one day.
Okay.
When I do scores with you.
Yes.
Because the last time I did it, they charged me $7,000 just for sitting down.
No, you're going to come with us.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
I bet you that's what it was. I bet you that's the real number. I bet you he's not lying there.
Boy, the kids. Don't make me make a phone call to Marcy Projects, motherfucker.
No, that's
We'll shut this motherfucker down.
Yeah, exactly.
They didn't charge you. They didn't charge you any more than they do anyone else.
That's right. That's
Listen
what
to
it
me.
does.
Listen
I
to
said,
me.
I got to go to the strip clubs in the hood. I deal with the fucking knives.
I love what he says here. I totally agree with this. Who wants implants and fake blonde hair? I would he's the bullet scars and the whole thing.
I said, I got to go to the strip clubs in the hood. I deal with the fucking knife scars, fucking the C-section scars. I can't deal with these pretty blonde bitches
I
with
agree
fake
with that.
titties.
These beautiful.
See me with a white
I've
woman.
been to strip clubs
That's where
in
it's
the
collapsed.
hood. They were pretty cool. The food
They're
was excellent.
very underrated and less
Food
rules,
was
right?
excellent, but yeah,
Yep.
you could get away with pretty much anything. Yeah.
How do you think my lo mein would fly at the strip clubs in the hood?
Oh, it would be good. Yeah, that would be more
Not the
accepted.
Cookout,
That would be more accepted. Yeah. You had a
Welcome,
variety of
Chubby
things.
Pickle.
Tell me.
There he is, Chubby Pickle. Welcome, sir. Great to see you. I had somebody the other night I saw on TV looked like Chubby. It was a good comparison, and I hope it hits me before we end the show.
It's destructive like a motherfucker.
People still get mad at that, don't they? They don't like to see a black man with a white woman. They still can't get used to it. These people.
Yep.
Not talking about me. We're talking about these other
Yeah, he brought that up, Tonka, at the Uptown Comedy Club, Jim Brewer.
people.
Right, you know.
And you are a charming man. There's no question.
In the bathroom. Where it happened?
Yeah.
In the bathroom.
In
She
the
was bent over.
bathroom.
You fucked
She
a
was bent
celebrity.
over, pants and panties halfway down to her knees.
Were
Ass
you-
cheeks cracked.
Gwyneth Paltrow?
Nah, I ain't telling you no name.
Gwyneth Paltrow.
2 fingers in the ass, banging the shit out of her pussy, and she couldn't take the dick.
What do you mean couldn't
And I
take
was
it?
real.
Here comes the baby arm.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. So he's implying that he had sex with celebrity women in the bathroom at an SNL after party.
She couldn't take the dick.
What do you mean couldn't take it?
Real fucking hard too.
You were fucking her hard.
Nah, my dick was so fucking brolic. My dick looked like a baby arm.
Oh, you gotta get the mark off that.
You got that drop. There it is. There it is. That's my nickname.
My dick looked like a baby arm.
Wow.
That night I was Superman, man.
You're telling me.
With no kryptonite around.
I'm not giving any.
What an asshole.
Nice.
And her asshole looked like a button missing off a leather jacket. And Donnie Brasco.
Oh, yeah, a Donnie Brasco reference right after this. That's right. Look at this.
And her ass
I gotta hang out with this guy.
so looked like a button missing off a leather jacket that Donnie Brasco wore. Looked like a brown eye.
Oh, man. Nice reference, Donnie Brasco.
Wait a second, Tracy. What you're telling me is, and we're not using any names.
Depp and Tracy Morgan were at the Don Rickles tribute in Harlem at the Apollo.
Really?
Tracy Morgan was there with Depp. Yeah, there's pictures of them all over the place. I had that as a screensaver.
Names.
Amber Heard's also there with him, and so is Harvey Weinstein.
You met a woman on Saturday Night Live who was the celebrity guest host.
Yeah, you talk about CP time. Chubby Pickle.
That's CP time. Not
yeah,
what
this
I did
is
today.
You are the Ricky Henderson of CP time today, Chubby Pickle. Jesus Christ. 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Got her in the bathroom. How'd you get her in the bathroom?
We was at the after party.
At the after party.
Oh, at the club.
You guys were kind of hitting it off all week, working together, doing sketches.
It went down.
She could see your brilliance.
And you were like,
went down.
And you were like, you're so great, I'm friends, Jen.
Oh my God.
Right. And then you said, and then for some reason, she goes, just take me in the bathroom.
Gary walks in with a list of female hosts in his time right after
Oh,
this.
fuck me, right? Or did you invite her into the bathroom?
No, she followed me in.
Sarah Michelle Gellar?
No.
No. And then
Wow, this is
she
good.
follows you in.
She was on the sink.
Do you think the other cast? Do you think the other cast knew that something was going on?
Nobody cared.
Nobody gave a shit.
No.
What happens at Saturday Night Live stays at Saturday Night Live.
I got some. I'm down with the Mile High Club too.
Well, wait a second. Before you get to the Mile High Club, so you take her in the bathroom, you start making out. You bend her ass right over the sink. You pull her pants down.
Mm-hmm.
You shove it in.
Rocked it.
Little does Tracy realize Howard's not thinking about the girl, he's thinking about Tracy.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely.
there's no question. You don't speak like that and that. I want to understand this. Oh, Tracy, I got to understand this.
Let me take a mental picture. Let me get
let me soak this in.
Close my eyes. Yeah.
Rocked it. How long did you rock it?
About 25 minutes, 25
minutes. How did you hold out?
Hurting her stomach the whole time?
It was banging.
White woman?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Pretty. Very pretty.
Pamela Anderson.
Lips like glass.
Pam Anderson.
Lips are wet.
Pam Anderson.
Lips are wet.
Terry Hatcher.
I ain't saying no names out.
Right now, I'm looking at a list of every female co-host
I was
or
just
host
thinking that.
for the years that Tracy was on the show, and it's unbelievable. I mean, Kelly Ripa.
Oh, I got it. You're going to like this, Chubby. I remember what it is. Because I thought you should play War Machine in Iron Man. War Machine, I thought when they first Don Cheadle could not be more if anyone knows anything about the Iron Man mythos, James Rhodes' War Machine is supposed to look like Chubby Pickle. He's not supposed to look like fucking Don Cheadle. Don Cheadle's a great actor, but he's not James Rhodes. Terrence Howard is even less James Rhodes. It is unbelievable how bad that casting was. I've seen better casting from Joe Pesci and Danny Glover and Gone Fishing. So you have, he looks like Chubby Pickle, and get ready, I think this is a compliment, Michael Jai White. That's what I noticed last night. I can't remember where I saw him. Yeah. The actor and martial artist, Michael Jai White.
A martial arts guy. Yeah, I don't see that with you.
I do see it. I'm running with it. I don't care. You don't see it, Tamara?
Chubby, what do you think? No, I don't see it. I don't see it.
I guess you
Chubby,
all do.
You know
look
what?
alike.
Like Chubby says here, you know that picture that Bond put up with you on the last thumbnail? With you look more like Chubby Pickle on that thumbnail than Michael J. White.
Come on.
Yes.
God, I thought I had such a brilliant observation with that. I want to, God, Chubby, thank you, Chubby. Hey, sorry, gang, I got a new customer, New Mexico. I tell you, New Mexico is on my bucket list of places I would consider moving to. It's a crazy state. It is a blue state. It is to some Breaking Bad shit going on. I don't know what it is. I have a morbid fascination with New Mexico.
Oh wait,
God damn
Chubby Pickle said Ice Cube. I agree. Okay, there's the winner.
God damn. Would you rather look like Michael Jai White or Ice Cube?
I'm gonna
Or
represent
O'Shea
the
Jackson?
West Side. I'm sorry, I'm from LA. West Side till I die. Ice Cube. That's who I'm.
I love Michael Jai White. I thought he should have played War Machine. Michael Jai White. That's what James Rhodes is supposed to be.
Jessica Simpson.
I don't think he fucked Kelly Ripa, but I think he might have fucked Jessica Simpson.
Oh, yeah. Jennifer Aniston.
Here's one. Let me see this list, Gary.
Here's one I like. Christina Aguilera.
Gary, you know why you can't go by?
Yeah, Black Dynamite. Good one. Autobot watches so much TV.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. That's a good one.
By this list.
He played Bronze Tiger, which is a DC Comics Black Panther, in the CW shows.
Look at all of these women, man. I wasn't a big star on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, but you got one.
He did the voice of Spawn. Oh, he played Spawn in the first attempt at the movie. Right.
Yes.
You know the actor Keith David? He was in a ton of stuff, Platoon. He was in something about Mary. He was married to Marky Post.
Yes.
He's the coolest voice. He was the voice of Spawn on HBO, Bon. Keith David.
No pussy.
Really?
I ain't getting.
But it was before. Were you lying before?
Yeah.
No, you weren't.
I
Swear
wasn't
on the
no
life
big-
of your children.
You gotta be. Look at these women,
Swear
man.
on the life of your children.
I swear on the life of my children
that you were lying.
I swear on the life of my children, I never had sex on my wife.
He never cheated on his wife.
Never had sex on my wife. I ain't said cheat.
See, he's covering his ass.
I
now.
don't know what the hell
I don't know
he's
what the fuck
saying.
just happened. All right, listen to me.
Can I keep this list,
yeah,
Gary?
keep it. Burn a hole in it. You jerk off on it. See Tracy on 30 Rock Wednesday.
Damn, so that's his first appearance, and then he's been on. And the next time, I'm gonna go through that 07. Now it might be nothing, but I'm gonna go through it, and I'm gonna see that Autobot's right there with Spawn. Of course he is. Don't say Ice Cube the arm. The show will be another hour. Keith David, yes, and the voice of the first Black Panther in animation on the Fantastic Four animated series. Keith David was. And in Platoon with Johnny Depp, of course. Chubby Pickle, more like screw. No, he's not.
Wow.
Brendan, that's Bad News Brown's biggest fan, for Christ's sake. Men at Work, Chubby Pickle is right. So he played. You ever see the scene where that's a great reference by Chubby Pickle. They're at Charlie Sheen and Emilio Estevez are with Keith David at a booth at a diner, and he goes, "Never mess with another man's French fries." That was the big line in Dirty Work. Men at Work. Okay, maybe we'll end it here unless I have something really quick. No, that's too long.
Can I come back and sing my voices?
Oh shit! Of course, that's what I forgot. Yes.
No. Can I come back and sing? I am.
Yes, you can. But can you just sing one line of, let's say TLC's Red Light Special in French?
Oh God, I need to pull up the lyrics.
I'm not Wayne Brady in Whose Line Is It Anyway, but I'm not making that doesn't. I think you could handle that. It's just one line in French. Thank you, Dan. Oh, yeah. Shit, I'm looking for something here. We'll probably end it here. It's a good way. You doing that is a great way to end it. I'm trying to look for something short, and I don't see anything too short. It's a good way to end it. Chauncey, that's for next time. Billy Joel. Okay, Tamara, you want to sing something in just a line from TLC's Red Light Special in French?
Hold on 1 second, or
okay. I got this queued up here.
Sorry, I'm trying to.
That's okay.
I really don't want to mess this up.
There's no pressure. This is so stupid. There's no pressure on it.
Yes, it is.
I don't think there's any. Not with these. We got some great people in here, and if I can sing "Cutting Crew," you can sing this.
Cutting. When did you sing "Cutting"?
In the beginning of the show.
Did I miss that? Sorry,
yeah,
I missed it.
This'll empower you.
Hey, John and Sarah, it's Holly Robinson Pete. How you doing?
Yeah.
Oh, he's back.
Anything else, X?
Yes, Steve, don't come yet.
You got slapped the yarmulke.
I did.
us your money. Give us your money. You think this shit comes easily? You think Arm spends hours and hours and hours and hours ferreting because he loves it? You think David learns the theme song to Cheers live on the air for his health? And what about the Sarah man? She doesn't want to come on the show anymore, but everybody still loves her. Give her your money. What about Australia? You think it's cheap to broadcast from Australia? It costs hundreds of dollars an hour. Give us your money.
See, they're McDonald's. I'm McDonald's.
Tamara, you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
This is just a
Alright.
teaser. This is just a teaser. I'll do a full length when I sound better.
Okay, no, it's fine. That's all I want.
Okay. Regardez-moi bien, que vois-tu? I don't know how else to say that. Okay. Do you know that line? That's the
Yes,
first
yes.
line.
Show me your secrets and I'll show you mine.
You got it. Hold on. Let me go back. No, that's it. That's enough for right now.
Oh, that's good. Good enough. Bond, you get that?
Did you get that, Bond?
Yeah, but
course
it
I
was
did.
so short.
One more
I thought
time.
it
One
was
more
gonna-
time.
Okay. Oh, sorry, guys. I didn't mean that. Regardez-moi bien, que vois-tu?
Did it cut on you, Bond?
No, it's fine. It's just short.
Okay, let me try to do some more. Good Lord.
No, you don't have to do more. But yeah, that
Yes,
can be
because I don't sound
utilised for
sexy at all.
No, he wants more. That's a compliment. He wants more.
No, she doesn't have to though.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back and do it on the next show. If I could do that, that would be great. I'll do 2
Okay.
or 3 songs.
That's
How's
fine.
that?
That's fine. I want to thank you, Tamara, for sitting in this whole time. I hope you had fun. There's Kathy Scott. We love you, Kathy Scott. I want to thank everyone in the chat who donated and otherwise great comments. I'm coming back with a Deppening this week, and we're going to do another Jump Street, I think, this week. I think it's the football episode called Coach of the Year.
You're the
Tamara gets
coach of
paid
the
the
year,
same
John.
whether she sings or
You're
not,
the
says
coach.
Benjamin.
You're the coach
Huh?
of the year, John. You're
What
the
a dumb
coach
cunt.
of the year.
And John
I'm
and
the
Bob,
match
can I
of the
just
year in
thank you
Australia. It's called
again?
match. Coach is called match.
Guys, thank you again for letting me be on the show. It's been great. I love you both. And I cannot forget my David. I can't forget him. I love you guys.
Yeah,
And anytime you want me, I will totally come on.
Telly Savalas wants any Xavier drops you might have.
Well, he
Vaughn, do you have
wants some. Well,
anything?
you got to pay up.
He's got to pay up. He's got to pay up. He's gonna hold you hostage on that. Tamara, I couldn't thank you more for sitting. You are, as cliche as it sounds, a delight. What a great presence. You roll with everything. There's nothing you can't do. You know everything about music and pop culture.
We love you, baby.
Yeah. This is,
Something with
I love
autism
you
that can't
guys.
get nuances.
I love you guys more.
Don't get me started.
I actually watch Matlock.
All right, I've got to stop it.
Howdy.
And now on your Sega Genesis, it's Philadelphia.
Philadelphia!